Hey, hey. And welcome back to Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Once again, chill into this music. And we're gonna go into our third case today. Will we finish the entire thing in one sitting again? Who knows? We'll see how it goes. But let's not linger for too long and just get into this third case, where I guess I'm kind of getting spoiled on the fourth case right now. But, you know, because we know the character on that. But let's not think about that for now. We're thinking about this dwarf-looking guy, just facially. But he's probably not that small. The origins of Horus. Hey, that could be somewhat relevant. I guess before we go in, actually, let's maybe reminisce about what happened at the end of last case's ending, I guess. I had some stuff to say, but I kind of been blanking on it now. Well, obviously Eris was involved in... Oh, right. I was thinking that maybe... Now this is kind of confirmed not to be the case, unless, you know, there could be messing around. But I was thinking that potentially maybe Arya could be the accused in this next case. Because she was stuck, or not stuck, but she was probably found with a potentially now dead headmaster in a cell. And that would be rather suspicious. And I'm also wondering what her state is exactly. Like, did she lose her memories of what happened there? I'm guessing Eris didn't just leave her with... I guess Arya didn't actually see Eris, huh? So maybe she got to keep her memories because Eris is just playful like that, who knows? My wives, you know it, you know. Eris and Arya, my wives. Everybody knows they are married to me. And respects it. But anyway, yeah, I wonder what the deal with Arya is right now, and we'll see. Maybe there'll be something important surrounding that, probably in some way. Let's get into case 3. And let me take my first sip of chalky milk for the day for my cup. Frey Cuthbert. We've heard the name Frey before, I think, in relation to Tyrion. I think that would be his mother. I'm sorry, Tyrion. There were so many things that I wanted to tell you. So many things that I wanted to show you. But I'm afraid that I can't do that now. I need you to be strong now. This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the Divine Gate as I once did. The Divine Gate, huh? We were referred to as the Heavenborn or something by Eris, let's just say. Use it to reclaim the future. Episode 3, The Origins of Horus. So I guess our mom had that ability as well. Preposterous, completely and utterly preposterous. Oh, hello. Tyrion Cuthbert? Oh wait, I guess that's not... I don't look like that. That's me speaking to that guy. Is something wrong, Lord Von Sanctus? You filthy rat, you cheated, didn't you? 45 years old, nobleman, abjuration magic. Lloyd. That's right, you're just a cheat and a charlatan. Do you have any evidence to prove that ridiculous claim? I mastered chess before you could crawl out of whatever rat hole you came from. I see, we just defeated him in chess. He's not talking about the case from last time or anything. Do you honestly expect anyone to believe that you defeated me? You could defeat me? Honestly, I'm just as disappointed as you are. I was expecting more of a challenge from House Von Sanctus. Damn. Not exactly trying to earn points here, are we? But I suppose all the gold in the world can't buy you a modicum of skill. You little upstart! Ale! Von Sanctus's acquaintance clears his throat and gestures subtly to the crowd of spectators. Everyone's attention is on him, and you can see the crowd muttering amongst themselves. His undignified behavior probably isn't doing any favors for his public image. Realizing himself, he tries to regain his composure. It's preposterous. Right. He walks away, muttering the word preposterous under his breath a few more times. Hey man, if that's how he wants to cope, then whatever. It sounds like he's trying to reassure himself more than anyone else. And who's that other gentleman? So that was not something. Yeah, I knew that he'd get angry, but I didn't expect him to make a scene like that. Well, you did insult him. Not to say that he didn't deserve it. Come on, I love seeing these conceited nobles lose their minds when I beat them. It's half of the fun of playing these tournaments. Oh, so we're at the tournament? Wow, where's this confidence when we're in the courthouse? Court cases are different. I have to deal with real-world elements during a trial, and that includes Prosecutor Sylwyn. Prosecutor Sylwyn, huh? My wife. I wonder if she plays chess. Now there's a thought. You wonder if she'd be willing to play against you sometime. She can't be any worse than these pampered nobles. Anyways, we should celebrate somewhere in town. Even if he was a pushover, you just beat one of the top-ranked chess players in the kingdom. To be honest, you had your reservations about returning to the city of Orinax. If you weren't facing one of the 4 pillars, you would have never come back here. You'd rather leave the city as soon as possible. I saw a cafe while we were walking around. The food smelled great. I'd really like to go there. We could always go to one of the cafes in the capital. There are plenty of places to choose from there. Trust me, I've traveled around the world. There's nothing better than food from a thriving port city. Alright, I suppose there's no harm in staying a little longer. What's that statue there, though? She does have a point. The city streets seem livelier than when you last saw them. You see a lot of businesses that weren't here before, and they all seem to be very well off. Despite being a port city, Orinax used to look like a ghost town. Has the local nobility been investing in the city? Probably not. You find that possibility very hard to believe. Yeah. You arrive at the cafe that Celeste told you about. As you enter, you're struck by a powerful aroma of freshly baked pastries and coffee. A scent of the baked goods swirls around you, and you take a moment to inhale the enticing smells. You have to admit that it's making you very hungry. So you seek to enter the domain of the Deathbringer songstress. Well, if glory is what you seek, then look no further. For you stand before Mosorica Tudor, Dark Lord of Orinax. She's a merchant, 19 years old, and evocation magically inclined. As you head further into the cafe, you're approached by a familiar face. Oh, so we know her. Cute. Mosorica. I don't know. Rika, is that you? Ah, it appears that my reputation precedes me. How good of you two. Wait, you're Tyrion? You're back. She's happy. Hi. You... Why didn't you tell anyone that you were coming back in town? Do you have any idea how worried we've all been? Do you two know each other? Right. Celeste, this is Mosorica Tudor. I was friends with her when I lived here many years ago. Wait, you used to live here? I guess we didn't even tell her that much. Yeah, Orinax is actually the town I grew up in. What? But you were in such a hurry to leave before. Sadness. You came here to eat, right? If you're still hungry, I can bring you some of our best dishes on the house. No, I couldn't possibly. Come on, don't be like that. It's been years since I've seen you. And you know how good my food is. Okay, but only for a little while. Rika sets a table for the 3 of you and calls over a waiter. You all place your orders. She's eating with us, yay. Now tell me everything. I want to know all about what you've been doing since you left. Well, let me first examine this place. This table looks really well made. You like it? I commissioned a local carpenter to have my tables custom made. It was probably worth it. They fit with the humble and rustic vibe you've got going on here. There are some barrels stacked in the corner here. I wonder what's inside. Wait, Rika, you wouldn't happen to have lotus juice, do you? Lotus juice? What's that? Never mind. What happened to the lotus juice that you received from Miriam? I drank all of it. Already? It hasn't even been a month. Hey man, when you like a drink, then you drink it, you know. There are artifice lights hanging from the ceiling. Your business must be doing pretty well if you can afford artificery like this. That's just one of the benefits I get from working with the Dracogen trading company. Most of the merchants equip all of their businesses with artificery networks now. Huh. I guess we'll learn about that network eventually. That shelf full of drinks, mugs, and sugar behind the restaurant counter. This must be where Rika's employees prepare coffee to be served. Rika seems to have decorated the entire cafe with several plants and flowers. The greens add a fresh and earthy ambience to the restaurant. Well, how about we talk? Hold on, how do you make this? What do you think about this, Rika? Speaking about such things would be beneath me. In other words, she has nothing to say about it. Okay, but do you know about my wife? Well, I guess her. Sadly, I can't talk about my other wife, but here you go. Alright, well, how about her? So, are you going to introduce us? Right. Rika, this is Celeste McCoy, my bodyguard. Bodyguard? And Celeste, this is... Ha! As if I need such introductions. I am Miss Rika Tudor, Dark Lord of Oranax, High Archmagi of the Cadmium Flames, and the proud proprietor of this cafe. Oh, okay. I was friends with her when I used to live her. She's a little eccentric, but she's a good person at heart. Hey! She's also a common folk mage like you. So you're also a practitioner of the arcane arts? Which spells have you mastered? I haven't really mastered any of them. I know about 7 spells though. 7? She's learned even more spells. She's been picking them up rather quickly. I've been served. You served. Whatever. Huh, we already did this, but let's do it anyway. Yeah, I'm just too smart for this game, you know. Oh, there was a thought there that wasn't there before. Oh well. It's probably not that important, right? Look at you, Mr. Big Shot. You're wearing a suit now, and you even have a big bodyguard. Did you get an office job in the big city? Something like that. I'm actually a defense attorney now. A defense attorney? I see. Is that why you left town with that scary lady? Scary lady? Are you talking about Ruby? Mr. Mora adopted me when my mother passed several years ago. After that, she began training me to become an attorney like her. Wait, you've been studying to be an attorney since you were a kid? Well, I guess that explains why you're so young for a lawyer. Said the 19-year-old mercenary. Yeah, I guess you've got me there. Rika's Cafe. Are you the owner of this cafe, Rika? You always spoke about opening one up when we were kids, also, you know, very young for a cafe owner. Yep, and it's all thanks to the Dracogen Trading Company. They definitely won't be involved in this case. At all. The company's owner invested in my business idea after trying my food. Because of him, I was able to open up here, just like I've always dreamed. Dracogen Trading Company? I don't think I've heard of them. They're pretty small right now, and they're only operating in Oranax. But I hear that they are planning to expand their operations throughout Warengard. But I would have thought that Lord von Sanctus would have weeded out any competition. After all, he owns one of the largest businesses in the kingdom. Lord von Sanctus? Isn't he that pompous noble that I beat in the chess tournament this morning? Wait, that was you? I didn't even know he was a businessman. Von Sanctus Industries invented those arcane constructs that we saw at the Imperial Academy. Right, I think that was mentioned. How do you not know about these things? You practically fight against nobles for a living. Maybe you should start reading more about national politics. No. A fate worse than death. Our next city. Is it just me, or does the city look less depressing than before? Alright, you left the city before the new merchants appeared. New merchants? Like from a merchants guild? Yeah, the Dragogen Trading Company was one of the first ones. They started operating here and bought the Arcane refinery a few years ago. After that, merchants from all over Warengard started coming here. Well, being based in the port city would definitely give them an edge. And their presence has really helped the city's economy. They aren't owned by the nobility, and they pay their employees a lot more than Fonsanctus does. It's really improved the quality of life here for the people here. I doubt Fonsanctus appreciates the competition though. There's even talk about forming employee-run unions. Oh, Fonsanctus definitely won't appreciate that. The chess tournament, which I won, by the way.
So, you still play chess?
Yeah, I'm nationally ranked too.
I heard that an upstart commoner defeated Lord Fonsanctus at a tournament this morning. But I had no idea if they were talking about you.
Upstart commoner?
The name suits you, Tyrion. Hey, do you still do that thing when you play?
No. That thing? Nothing. She's not talking about anything.
Wait, you're actually embarrassed about it? When you were a kid, you did even more than I did it? What did you used to do? Why don't you show her, Tyrion?
I'd rather not.
Come on, show us, Tyrion.
The thing. Something very chuny, I'm guessing. I think I'm a little too old for this.
You're never too old to tap into your inner chuny. Do it, Tyrion.
Yeah, do it. The two of them begin chanting, trying to pressure you. It draws the attention of the other patrons in the cafe. They don't seem to care about the confused look that you're getting, that they're getting. Yeah. It seems that you don't have a choice. You take in a deep breath. Those who stand in the shadows, those who fear the light of divinity. Your Imperials will fall and your armies will perish. Kneel and cower before the divine gaze of the Eye of Horrors. Oh, so we just talked openly about the Eye of Horrors as a kid. They're trying their hardest to contain their laughter. Well, that's why I don't do it anymore.
No, that was great. It was really cool, Tyrion.
Her poorly contained laughs are coming out between each word. And why are you laughing? You were just doing it a moment ago.
Yeah, but she owns it.
True.
You used to say something else there before too. I won't let anyone stand in my way, even if they're a man, king, or god. Yeah, that's it. She still says that sometimes. Oh, looks like our order's here.
A waiter brings in the lunch special for each of you. The enticing aroma of the meals makes you salivate a little. You gladly devour the meal. Rika's cooking is just as delicious as you remember. Even though she wasn't doing the cooking here, I think. She was with us, but whatever. You spend some more time catching up with her while you finish your meal. As your conversation continues, you and Celeste regale her with stories of your past court cases.
Oh, really? Yep, turns out that it was the headmaster the entire time. Wow, I would have never figured that out. How did you know, Tyrion? Maybe he saw it with his Eye of Horus?
What? That's ridiculous. Why would you even say that? That's crazy. It's not like I really have the Eye of Horus or anything. That's just a matter of speech, it's just a delusion. It definitely doesn't show me the thoughts of people or anything like that. You nearly choke on your drink before you realize what she's actually referring to.
But wow, I can't believe it. I never thought court cases could be that dramatic.
You finish your meal as you continue to tell Rika more about your cases. She should play the Ace Attorney series. Then she'd know. It's nice being able to talk with her again. You tried so hard to leave everything behind after what happened. But you're happy that she seems to be doing well? Well, it's been nice catching up with you, Rika. But I think it's time for us to get going.
What? But we just got here.
Aww, don't make her sad.
It's okay, I'm sure you're pretty busy nowadays. I won't keep you any longer. But be sure to write, okay? Don't just go and disappear like last time.
Yeah, I'll stay in touch.
You'd better.
Yeah, we'd better. Tyrion, don't fuck this up. You exit the cafe and make your way to the local merchants guild and to rent a carriage. The city streets seem a bit more crowded than usual. It's a little difficult to make your way through them.
Hey, Tyrion?
Yeah? Celeste is fidgeting with her hands. You gotta go to the bathroom. She looks like she wants to say something, but every time she starts to speak, she quickly stops herself. This happens a few more times before she seems to give up.
Never mind, it's nothing.
Okay. You both continue to walk silently as you make your way to the Merchants Guild. As you make your way there, the streets become more and more crowded. You hope the traffic won't interfere with the ride home.
Hi, could we rent a carriage to travel to Rat Home?
We know that's right, but it might not be the same guy. Sorry, but travel outside the city is temporarily closed. What? Why? Haven't you heard? The Knights of the Kingsguard have locked down the city. They set up a blockade and everything. Check the city gates if you don't believe me. I'm sure nothing happened, it's just bad weather. As you arrive at the city gates, you see the blockade that the merchant was talking about. A crowd of disgruntled townsfolk are angrily shouting at the knights stationed there.
This is outrageous. How long do you plan on keeping us here?
Sorry, but we have our orders. We can't let anyone outside of the city until our investigation is complete. There's an investigation? Did something happen? Can you at least tell us what's going on? Why is the entire city being blockaded? Sorry, sir, we are not allowed to release that information. You'll just have to make other arrangements while we sort this out. Actually, I haven't seen you two around before. I need to take down your names and occupations for our records. What, do you know everybody in this town? Jeez.
What? Why?
It's fine, Celeste. We're better off just cooperating with them. It's an invasion of privacy, but you'd rather not resist orders from the Kingsguard. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm a defense attorney.
Ah, fine. I'm Celeste McCoy, bodyguard.
Thanks. You look over to the other Kingsguard. They seem to be taking notes of the people here too.
They must be making a list of everyone inside the city.
But for what reason? Ornax blockade. A blockade has been created around the city of Ornax. This blockade is preventing anyone from leaving or entering the city. The Kingsguard have taken careful note of everyone that is currently contained within the blockade. I have an important engagement tomorrow. What am I supposed to do now? So I guess it turns out the person that was holding back that fun whatever guy wasn't a specific character, but just a generic nobleman sprite. This can't possibly be legal. The townsfolk continue shouting at the knights, but it's clear they won't be budging anytime soon.
What do we do now?
You notice that it's starting to get late. We don't know how long the city will be blockaded. We should find a place to stay overnight, just in case. Yeah, with our friend. You walk into a nearby tavern and see it absolutely crowded with patrons.
Looks like everyone else had the same idea.
Hey, welcome to the Egwin Tavern. What can I do for you? Could we get 2 rooms for the night? Sorry, I can't even spare 1 room. We're completely full with the blockhead and all.
Wait, let me take care of this.
Celeste takes out a large pouch of gold and plops it on the innkeeper's desk. Well, would you look at that? One of our rooms just opened up. Oh, only one? Hey, the entire city's locked down. Even with your gold, that's the best I can do for you.
What? Embarrassed to share a room with me, Tyrion?
No, it's just... You realize that she's just teasing you like she usually does, but not to give it any mind. Best not to give it any mind. Well, it's better than nothing. Why didn't we go to our friend? She probably could have offered us something. So, how should we...
Oh, I was just kidding before. You can have the bed. I'll just sleep on the floor.
Shouldn't we do it the other way around? What? I can't let you.
Please, we may both be commoners, but you live a cushy life in the city. I'm a mercenary. I've lived on the road for years. I sleep like this all the time.
But that doesn't mean we have to make you do that today. She's got you there. Alright, but tell me if you change your mind.
Yeah.
I think that's the precise reason why we should let her have the bed. At least for once, you know. Refinery worker. Hey, I didn't see you there. I was just walk past him. What? Oh. Hey, watch it. Quit shoving me. Wait, whoa. Oh. Holy crap, pull me up. I can't hold on for much longer. Ah, you idiot, what are you doing? What? Grab his arm and pull him up. Ah, my hand. What the hell are you doing? Your grip is too tight, stop that. Ah! Wait, I can still... No. No, no, no. What happened? I should have been able to... By the scaled lord, he fell in. No, I can't use this. That's right. I can still make this look like it was all his fault. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here. You find yourself falling into a nightmare. You sure it was just a nightmare? Oh, I guess now the nightmare starts.
Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I can't believe they made you watch. Are you okay? Right, of course not.
Are you going to keep fighting them? The voice is quiet. Your best question barely comes out of it as a whisper.
What?
Are you going to keep fighting the nobility?
I don't know if I can anymore. Today they showed me that what they are truly capable of. I was naive. I thought that the truth would prevail, but I'm only one person. I can't do this alone anymore. So you're just going to give up? You're the only one who will fight against them. If you're just going to give up, then was my mother's death truly pointless? I'm sorry. Teach me how to be like you. What? You said that you can't do this alone anymore, right? So, teach me how to be a defense attorney. I can help you. We can fight them together. Tyrion, you're just a child. I can't just... Miss Tamora, please. I don't have anything left. Please just take me away from here. You clutch your hand tightly, feeling the fading warmth of the final message that your mother left for you. It's the last comforting memory you'll have to have of her. It's a memory that you'll never experience again. Trish. Mom. A fire. You started awake. After some confusion, you realized that it was all a dream. You didn't have any trouble falling asleep, but your slumber was less than restful. It's been a while since you've remembered that day. That's all the more reason to leave the city as soon as possible. Celeste, are you up? Huh?
What's up with you? Celeste was wistfully staring out the window, watching the rain. Okay. Her head whips towards you when she realizes that you're awake. Are you okay? What's wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing. He wasn't awake, was he?
Happy, but also startled. Also very cute. She doesn't seem keen on sharing. It'd be best not to pry. Anyways, do you know if the city is still under lockdown?
I haven't checked yet. I was waiting for you to wake up.
You go outside and check the city gates. The blockade still hasn't disappeared. In fact, it looks like it's been fortified with even more knights.
Looks like we can't leave yet.
They've even doubled down on the guards. What's going on here?
Tyrion!
You spot Rika in the distance as she calls out to you. As soon as she sees you, she breaks out into a full sprint towards you. Wait, are we outside now? She looks exhausted. Has she been looking for you in the rain?
Tyrion, it's terrible. There was an accident at the Arcane refinery last night. One of my friends who worked there, he fell into a vat of chemicals.
Oh no.
He's dead.
Oh, Rika, I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do.
Lord Von Sanctus is blaming the Dracogen trading company. He's trying to charge the owner with criminal negligence.
There's a lot of this region. Lord Von Sanctus would have a lot of leverage in a legal battle like this. He must be using this accident as an opportunity to oust Dracogen from his territory.
Tyrion, you're a lawyer, aren't you? Can you help them?
I don't think I can.
What? But
Rika, I specialize in homicide cases, and most of my clients are mages who've been charged with murder. I've never even tried a case like this before. I mean, we just recently had our first trial, so I don't know if that really is much of an argument. There isn't any magic involved, and there's no killer. Don't worry, I'm sure that the Dracogen Trading Company knows plenty of qualified attorneys that can help.
I'm not so sure about that. Think about it. A lord from one of the four pillar families is pressing those charges. Do you honestly think anyone will try to fight them on this?
She has a point. There aren't many attorneys who will go against their nobility, the nobility, under any circumstances. The only ones who will do that are you and Mr. Mora.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Wait, I guess I said that.
Really?
But please don't get your hopes up. I have very little information to work with right now. And to be perfectly honest, I'm really out of my element.
That's okay. I'm sure that Mr. Dracogen will take any help he can get.
Mr. Dracogen?
He's the owner of the Dracogen Trading Company. He should be at the old Arcane refinery right now.
That must be the scene of the accident too. It would probably be best to start your investigation there.
I've been away from the shop for too long, so I can't come with you. But drop by the cafe if there's anything I can do to help.
Huh. So the murder case that or rather the case that we're dealing with, doesn't have anything directly to do with the blockade, but I'm sure it will be relevant. You follow Rika's directions and move through the city's industrial district. It reminds you of your childhood, back when you couldn't control the Ioforos. You always avoided this part of the city. It was always covered with an overwhelming fog of misery and fatigue. However, you feel less of that now. Is it because you have more control over your powers, or has something else changed? Maybe both.
Alright, we're here.
You arrive at the refinery and see that there aren't many people around. The few people you do see appear to be from the City Watch. Operations must have been halted after the accident.
Wow, so this is an Arcane refinery.
I always saw this place as a child, but I never really understood what they do here.
Those machines refine the arcane crystals that are used in artificery. Those crystals are used as a power source for conducting magical energy.
You look around and spot an especially frustrated individual. Ah. He seems to stand out from the knights and cleaning staff. Could he be the guildmaster Rika spoke of? He takes notice of you as you head further into the refinery. Hello there. You must be the attorney that Miss Tudor spoke about. I am. I take it that you're the guildmaster of the Dracogen Trading Company? Yes, my name is Stefanik Dracogen. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Stefanik Dracogen, guildmaster. 70 years old, no magic. I really appreciate you lending your aid in this matter. I already told Rika this, but I've never tried a civil case before. I would need to learn more about what happened before I can decide whether or not I can represent you. I'm honestly not sure how much help I can be. Well, there isn't a single attorney in Arcane that will represent me. So I'll accept whatever help I can get. Fair. Celeste was right. All of the attorneys are too afraid to stand against Lord Fontaine Sanctus.
Where should we start, though? This case is probably different from the homicides we're used to.
Homicides or not, the case resolves around a wrongful death, you know. If I did represent Dracogen, I would need to prove that he wasn't at fault for the accident. To do that, we should start by finding out exactly how and why the accident occurred. We should also question the witnesses who saw the victim when it happened. And it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the scene of the accident either. The guildmaster would have a lot of knowledge about the refinery's operations. Questioning him might also give you some insight into what happened. Let me have a sip of my chalky milk first. start, could you tell us exactly what happened? I think I'm going to change his voice because it sounds too similar to Mr. White, I think. Well, it all began during the work rush yesterday evening. One of my employees fell from the walkway and into a vat of magical chemicals. Those chemicals contain extremely volatile and destructive evocation magic. Oh no. Because of that, he unfortunately died before we could have pulled him out. I see. But that just sounds like an unfortunate accident. Why is Lord Von Sanctus blaming you for what happened? There are guardrails on the walkways to prevent people from falling. Supposedly, those guardrails broke apart when that employee tried to lean against it. According to Von Sanctus, the accident was a direct result of my negligence to maintain the refinery. How would he even know that? But my employees have taken great care to inspect and maintain the facilities. I have no idea how this happened. Is he telling the truth? This could all be just be lip service. The only way to know for sure is to inspect the walkway yourself. Okay. Earlier you said that the victim was an employee of yours. Could you tell us more about that? Yes, I hired him just a few months ago. It's a shame what happened to him. He was a young man named Justin Way. Because he's just in the way? What? Was he a good employee? He was a hard worker, but he was a bit rough around the edges when he first started. Before working for me, I heard that he'd always spend his time with the local delinquents. Miss Tudor practically begged me to hire him. She told me that she wanted to turn his life around. That does sound like something Rika would do. She always had a habit of getting involved in her friend's personal business. Rika helped Justin. Rika Tudor supposedly begged Stefanik Dracogen to hire Justin Way. She wanted Justin to turn his life around. Supposedly, he used to spend a lot of time with some local delinquents, but he has turned his life around since then. When you live a life like Justin's, it helps when you have something to give you some structure and direction. So I decided to give the boy a chance by hiring him. He was clearly a hard worker. He did well to earn his keep. He always followed the rules too, so I have no idea why he was up in that walkway. Wait, he wasn't supposed to be on that walkway? Earlier you mentioned that Justin wasn't supposed to be on the walkway. What did you mean by that? Well, Justin worked in an entirely different department. He was part of a team that managed packaging and freight. He had no business being inside the refinery building, much less the upper walkway. That's strange, to say the least. Was he the type of person to wander around places that he's not supposed to? No, like I said before, he always followed my rules. It all just makes the whole situation that much more confusing. Justin's job was a star employee. Rules, different department. Was there anyone around when the accident occurred? Did anyone see Justin fall? There were many employees here at the time, but there were only a handful of witnesses who actually saw Justin fall from the walkway. Who were these witnesses? If I remember correctly, Miss Tudor was the one who saw him fall. Oh no. Wait, Rita was the one when it was there when it happened? Rika, I mean? Yes, she witnessed the accident alongside the harbor master. Morrison. I guess we know him. Oh, you're acquainted with him? I am. Morrison was close friends with your mother when you were a child. But after you left Orinex, you went out of your way to cut contact with everyone from your past. But what were all of these people doing here in the first place? Rika is a cafe owner and Morrison is a harbor master. I'm a little concerned about that myself. I'm still unsure about Miss Tudor, but the harbor master was accompanied by a nobleman of some sort. A nobleman? I'm not privy to the specifics, but apparently that nobleman had the legal authority to do whatever he wanted to. You'll all want to ask Morrison more about that. But it will be awkward to speak with him after all those years. It sure will. It's a vat filled with chemicals that can quite God damn it! That I can't quite identify. According to Celeste, these chemicals are used to refine and create arcane crystals. So is there, do I have like a settings menu? Settings, no button set to that. Great!
Prepario Arcanum!
Oh, There are traces of transmutation magic on this power box. It is an artificery device, so that's not too out of the ordinary. Okay. There are traces of transmutation. I'm honestly not quite sure how these vats even work. Perhaps transmutation magic is used in the refinement process somehow. Alright. It's a power box. It contains artificery hardware and an arcane power cell. It's connected to the chemical vats, so it must control some function of the refinery. These metal stairs lead up to the walkway above. You can get a better look at the walkway by moving there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that looks like a scene of some kind.
Tyrion, do you need me to scan for magical traces?
Well, there aren't any magical elements in this case, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to check.
Alright.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to ask me. It looks like the guardrails completely broke apart. The rails are completely rusted too. Was Trackergen lying about properly maintaining the site?
Well, let's see about that, won't we?
It's a vat of dangerous magical chemicals. Supposedly, they're corrosive enough to dissolve anyone unfortunate enough to fall into it. Celeste is watching you carefully. She can be a little overprotective at times. I don't know, it doesn't hurt to be too careful in times like these.
Prepario Arcanum!
There are traces of evocation magic on the chemicals in these vats.
Yep, that's what we heard. That makes sense. Evocation is the school of magic for spells that create and disperse magic energy. These chemicals probably induce some sort of magical reaction to create arcane crystals.
What?
What's wrong?
There are traces of transmutation all over the guardrails.
Transmutation? Do you see those traces anywhere else on the walkway?
No, it's only this area.
Transmutation on the guardrails. Magical traces, just
Transmutation is the school of magic that changes the properties of physical objects. Usually mages use transmutation spells to strengthen and repair objects.
How did the transmutation spell affect the guardrail? Someone used a spell to change the physical properties of the guardrails. Judging by the current state of the rails, we can only conclude one thing. The spell weakened the structural integrity of the guardrails. Right, someone used a transmutation spell to weaken the guardrails. Afterwards, the guardrails were so weak that Justin accidentally broke them.
And only these guardrails were weakened. The sabotaged rails are right next to this vat of corrosive chemicals too.
What was the intention of weakening the guardrails? There was a clear intention behind the actions of this unknown mage. Judging by what happened, that intention can only be one thing. The unknown mage wanted someone to fall, I guess. Someone to fall into the vat. Whoever sabotaged the guardrail wanted someone to fall into the vat. By the way, can I check? Do I have the profile of yes, I do. Abjuration. Okay, that's not the same kind, but you know, it doesn't mean that he can only do that type of magic, as we know. Why else would they only target those specific guardrails?
But why? Who would do this?
You can feel your fist clenching tightly. And our vision going a little pink. Someone committed murder using magic here. And whoever did this had the gall to try to cover it up.
Tyrion?
You won't forgive whoever did this. When you're through with them, you will make them feel a fraction of the misery that your mother...
Tyrion!
What?
Are you okay?
Maybe the Eye of Horus is corrupting our mind. Right, sorry. Anyways, if it weren't for your detect magic, everyone would have written this off as an accident. Magical traces are only detectable for 48 hours after the mage casts the spell. That means that whoever cast the transmutation spell did so recently.
Right.
Well, let's talk to our friend again. Maybe now that we know about the magic, we can have something new to say, no? Huh. Ah, there it is. You should notify Dracogen about the traces of transmutation that you found. But perhaps you should wait until you obtain more information first. Okay. After all, knowing about a potential saboteur might unnecessarily stress him out. Even more so if you don't have more information. Okay, sure. Did we talk about Rika yet? No. Rika mentioned that you gave her the capital to open her cafe. After trying her food, I would be remiss not to. I'm aware of how difficult it is for a commoner or mage to succeed in our society. That's quite philanthropic of you. Well, many other businesses would show reluctance in dealing with a mage. That makes them an untapped resource. Pragmatic might be a better word to describe Stefanik. You know, if it benefits everybody, then it's a good thing. Let's go back here. You arrive at the cafe and to see that the restaurant is packed with customers.
Fucking goddammit!
You don't see Rika anywhere though. Stupid auto skip. She must be preoccupied. Perhaps you should check in when the restaurant is less busy. But I can finally...
Prepario Arcanum.
And there was nothing. Let's check here before we try other new places.
Prepario Arcanum.
It's a statue of some kind, some kind of daredevil? Fucking auto skip!
That's Ferdinand Dumont, a famous stunt performer and physicist. I see. I heard he used to run shows here several decades ago. He'd always jump over large obstacles or crevices in some kind of wheeled vehicle. I heard he even tried creating flying machines near the end of his career.
Flying machines?
Yeah, I heard he didn't even use magic to make them fly. It's a shame the kingdom hasn't tried to develop his research further. I could introduce you to a certain guy from Metaphor that he might have some answers. Several businesses have opened up since the last time I came here, and they all seem to be pretty busy.
Blockade is preventing people from leaving the city. The local shops will probably be getting a lot more business until the Kingsguard lets us out.
I guess that's all to see here.
I love that thing that Rika does.
What did you call it? It's called Chunibyo. It's when you act dramatic and roleplay a powerful character.
Chunibyo? That sounds like a word in the Eastern Kingdom's language.
Sure does. I guess so. Maybe it originates from there? Haha.
I wonder what Prosecutor Stewart does when she's not working cases.
Well, she is a noble from a pillar family. I imagine that she has a lot of work outside of her responsibilities as a prosecutor.
Juggling two lives does not sound pleasant. I'm sure glad I'm not a noble.
Yeah, you definitely surely aren't. Well, technically.
Don't even go there.
Alright, the harbor. You arrive at the harbor in search of Morrison the Harbor Master. However, you notice a large concentration of knights in the shipping area. Notably, the Arcane Inquisition is among them. You spot Commander White and Prosecutor Stewart, coordinating the knights there.
I wonder what those two are doing here.
The knights at the blockade said that they were investigating something. There must be magic involved if the Inquisition is here.
Do you think this has anything to do with what happened to Justin?
I doubt it. We didn't see the Inquisition knights out at the refinery. It must just be a coincidence. Total coincidence, no relation whatsoever.
You're probably right. but I'm kind of curious about what the Inquisition is investigating.
It has nothing to do with our case. It'd be best to leave them to their business.
Alright.
Are you there? You'd best clear out. The knights have closed the harbour.
Morrison?
Huh? Do I know you? Wait, Cuthbert, is that you?
Morrison, Harbour Master. Hi. He's 64 years old and no magic.
I heard from little Masarika that you were back in town. What can I do for you?
We heard that you were at the refinery yesterday. From what we heard, you witnessed the accident. We wanted to ask you some questions about what you saw.
Oh, right. Masarika mentioned that you are an attorney now.
What?
I just hope you're still not hung up over that business with your mother.
Ah, never. No.
Sorry, I guess it's none of the business. Anyways, I'll tell you what I know.
Repario Arcanum.
No magic here. Oh, a row of houses line the edge of the harbor. When I was a kid, I always dreamed of saving up enough gold to buy my own house on the harbor front.
Well, you have a job as an attorney now. You can always move back here.
No, if possible, I never want to return to the city again. Sheesh. It's a modest ship. It's probably used by local businessmen to transport goods by sea.
I can't help but feel nostalgic seeing these ships. I used to travel by sea all the time when I was traveling the world. It was probably my favorite part.
That does sound pretty nice. I'd like to try riding one day. You'd just be throwing up again.
Are you sure? You get motion sick pretty easily. Sailing on the ship might kill you.
She has a point there. Yep. There are several crates containing all kinds of goods. They must be the merchandise of the local businesses, rather. Alright.
What did you see?
Drakaden told us that you witnessed the accident.
Aye, it was a horrible thing that happened. No one deserved what happened to that poor lad.
Could you tell us what you saw?
Well, I was showing a patron around town, and for some reason, he really wanted to take a look at the refinery. Something about checking out the local art of fishery.
He must mean artificery.
Anyways, he was looking at the machinery. Then suddenly, Masarika came running toward us. She was trying to tell us something, but the damn machines were too loud for us to hear her. After a while, she just pointed at the walkway, and we saw the horrible sight. We saw someone fall into the vat. By the time we could get them to stop the machines, it was too late.
That matches up with what you know so far. But what was Rika even doing there? She should have still been running the cafe at the time of the accident. Was it an illusion? But why would anyone do that about her? And that patron who was visiting the factory, did they also witness the accident? You mentioned that you were escorting a patron when the accident happened. Who was he? Did he witness the accident too?
Aye, he was right there with me when Rika was trying to get our attention. It'd be hard to miss it with the commotion she was making. As for who he was, he said his name was Aster.
Aster? You don't know anyone by that name. But why does that name sound familiar? Isn't that the crown prince, or at least the betrothed of my wife? I guess I'll have to kill him. What? Do you know what his surname was?
No, the lad was really secretive with his last name for some reason.
He must have had a recognizable name. Is he a noble from a well-known house? Surely not. Could you tell us how Justin fell off the walkway? Was it because the guardrail broke under his weight?
Yeah, he did, but it was a little strange. That guardrail was made out of metal, yeah, but the way it broke, you would have thought that it was made out of cardboard. He barely leaned on it, and it just broke apart.
Like, I'm trying to, conflate what we're hearing with what we kind of heard while we were trying to sleep. And it doesn't sound completely similar, right? Because what I imagined from what we are hearing, and maybe I just misinterpreted that, but what I thought was that there were at least 2 people. One of them the bad guy, the other one hanging from something, seemingly like for a little while, and trying to get up, but failing to do so. So that can't have been the same thing, right? Because this happened like he was leaning against something and then fell down. But I guess it could all be different. Maybe there were 2 instances, and the thing that people saw was actually just a setup to fake, to fake witnesses and stuff, just to fake testimony. We'll see. Even a poorly maintained guardrail shouldn't have broken that easily. Someone really used transmutation magic to sabotage it? Probably. If so, that possibility could clear Dracogen's name. But presenting the possibility of a magical crime might just complicate things. Morrison's testimony. Tell him something. Guardrail broke. Let me drink some water. I didn't sleep very well, and then I just kind of accidentally happened to wake up about an hour earlier than usual. And I couldn't fall back to sleep, so my fucking eye feels like mush. It's not nice. I guess my PC isn't the only thing falling apart. Why were you escorting this Asta in the first place? Don't you have to manage the harbor? Was the blockade just to protect or like keep people away from Master? That would be a little much. But who knows?
Well, I can't really manage anything because of them.
He gestures towards the Inquisition Knights crowding the pier.
They've blocked all sea travel out of the city till this mess is sorted out.
They have a lot of knights investigating the harbor. Do you know what they're looking for?
Well, you didn't hear this from me. But according to them, Asta's ship just up and vanished in the dead of night.
Vanished? As in someone hijacked it?
That's the thing, the guards would have noticed if someone had driven off with the ship, especially one of that size. From what I heard, one of the guards could have sworn that they saw it vanish in a flash of light.
A flash of light? Like something created by a spell?
What kind of ship was it? Do you know how big it was?
From the size of it, I'd say it was probably it was probably a galleon.
A galleon? A spell of that scale would have to be pretty powerful to affect a ship of that size. Yeah. Aster.
I wonder who this Aster person is. He must be a high profile if they're calling in the King's Guard and the Inquisition for him.
All over a missing ship.
You spent some time with
him, am I correct, Morrison? Did he tell you where he was staying?
If I remember right, he was staying at the local inn near the town square.
Wait, that's the tavern that we're staying in.
If he's this high profile, why is he staying at an inn for commoners to keep a low profile?
No idea, he's an eccentric one for sure.
Whoever he is, he also witnessed the accident. You definitely want to speak with him. And if he's a noble, there's a chance that he's the mage that sabotaged the guardrail. No. I feel like that's probably not the case. But we'll see. What can you tell us about this, Morrison?
Ah, sorry, I don't know much about those sort of things. You'd better ask someone else.
You know my wife? No? I'll introduce you to her someday. How about my mom? No? How about this asshole? Oh wait, how do you feel about Lord von Sanctus?
Oh, you know the answer as well as I. I've got no love for that damn aristocrat. If we're lucky, old Dracogen will shoot down the silver suit and kick von Sanctus to the curb.
Move. You know what, actually, maybe we should present her. Rika seems to be doing well. Her cafe looks pretty busy.
Hi, I'm happy to see you kids are making something of yourselves. With the way people treat mages, I was really worried for her future.
a wind tavern.
Sure. Morrison said that Asta is staying in one of the rooms at this tavern. I really wish it didn't do that auto skip thing, just because I hit the B button in some other menu. But which room is it?
We could always just check each room.
That might irritate the patrons, though. And if Asta doesn't want to be found, we might alert him if we annoy too many people.
I guess you're right.
Your family owns a tavern, right? If you had to put a VIP somewhere, which room would you choose?
I guess it would probably be the room, the one at the end of the hallway. That's the one I use at my family's tavern.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Prepario Arcanum.
According to this list's intuition, the innkeepers would have probably given Asta this room. You approach the door and firmly knock on it.
Hello?
Someone does come to answer the door, but they only open the door a fraction of the way. The crack in the door is less than an inch wide. You can't get a look at the person's face.
I'm terribly sorry, but if your business isn't urgent, I'd like to be left alone.
Sorry if I'm intruding, but are you Asta? My name's Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm the defense attorney of Stefanik Dracogen. From what I've heard, you witnessed the accident at the refinery yesterday. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions about what you saw. Upon hearing your name, the man fully opens the door, and you're finally able to get a good look at him. He sure doesn't look like he's a noble at all, right? No, totally normal clothing. He definitely stands out from the other patrons of the inn. He must be the wealthy patron that you were looking for.
Tyrion Cuthbert, the protege of the infamous Ruby Tamora.
So you know who I am?
I do. I know you very well.
He has a similar hair color to our bodyguard.
I'm your biggest fan.
What?
I can't believe it. The infamous Tyrion Cuthbert is standing right in front of my tavern room.
What?
I've read all about your feats, Mr. Cuthbert. You successfully indicted the head of House Pierce. You didn't think twice about confronting a member of House Frigga. And you even defeated Lord von Sanctus in the chess tournament yesterday.
I sure did.
I'm so lost right now. And you must be Celeste McCoy. Tyrion's first client. And the Crimson Demon of the Eastern Kingdoms.
The Crimson Demon?
How did you find out about that name?
Oh, the Crimson what?
Don't ask. Anyways, if you are Asta...
anyways, if you are Asta, does that mean that you witnessed the accident with the Harbor Master yesterday?
Yes, I did. Are you going to interrogate me about what I saw? I'll answer whatever questions you have.
You never met a witness that has been this eager to cooperate. But hopefully this means that he won't hide any details about what he saw. Well, first I'm going to check the other doors just in case. So, is it just me, or does this hallway look similar to the one in your family's tavern? It sure does.
Well, most taverns use the same architecture, so I don't think it's that strange.
No, but it looks exactly like the McCoy Tavern, and it's uncanny. It's as if whoever made this tavern decided to just reuse the same design.
Hey, making a unique design is difficult, Tyrion, and it costs money. Do you really think developers should be spending resources on a location that you'll only see once?
I don't know, it just seems kind of lazy.
Well, if it bothers you so much, why don't you pay for the assets required to make a new one?
You decide to drop the matter. Fourth wall. It's the door to Asta's room in the tea room. The innkeeper gave him the room at the end of the hallway, presumably to keep away any prying eyes. Okay. Yes, dear. You clearly know who I am, but I'm still unsure of who you are, Asta.
Fucking goddammit. My apologies. But I would prefer to keep my full identity hid for now.
He's within his right to do so, but you can't help but feel a little suspicious. In any case, what is your business in Oranax?
I was accompanying a ship transporting goods to Lord von Sanctus.
The same ship that was magically stolen?
I'm surprised you found out about that.
He does seem surprised, in fact.
The King's Guard have been trying their best to keep that information hidden. But I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less from you, Mr. Cuthbert.
Flattery will get him nowhere.
What was on that ship? It must be pretty valuable for it to be worth stealing. I doubt that there was anything on that ship worth drawing the ire of the entire kingdom. The truth is, during the time that my ship was stolen, I was supposed to be on it.
I see. The theft of the ship might have actually been an attempt to kidnap you.
That's my current theory anyway. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
He seems awfully calm about this. Must be a common occurrence. According to Morrison, you were also in the refinery that night. Did you witness the moment the victim fell into the vat?
I did.
Could you tell us exactly what you saw?
Every detail you can remember could be important. Well, it all began when I was visiting the refinery with the harbor master. I was inspecting the refinery's machines when a girl frantically ran toward us. She was hysterical. It looked like she was trying to tell us something, but we couldn't hear her over the noise of the machines.
That so far sounds identical.
When she realized that we couldn't hear her, she simply pointed at the walkway. That's when we saw Justin Way fall off it and into the vat.
This next question is very important. Did you see the victim break the guardrail by leaning on it?
Yes, he broke the guardrail before he fell.
His testimony matches exactly with what Morrison saw. So my current assumption here is that the Rika that they saw was maybe fake or something. Because one, nobody knows why she was supposed to be there. Second, why would she be frantically pointing at somebody who was just leaning against the railing when like it broke after they started watching, you know? Am I making myself clear? Like, at the point that she was pointing at the guy, he must have just been leaning against the railing and nothing happened. And then only after they looked, it broke. If it had already started to break while she was pointing, then he would have had ample time to realize, oh shit, this shit's breaking, and, you know, get out of the way or something. So this seems very suspicious to me, but maybe the events are a little different from how I'm imagining them. Astor and Morrison's testimony.
The way he fell was very strange, though.
Strange? What could he mean by that? You mentioned that the way the victim fell was strange. Did you feel like the guardrail broke too easily?
Why, yes. How did you know?
It matches with the statement that the harbor master gave us. You don't want to reveal the traces of transmutation that you found on the walkway, at least not yet.
But yes, the guardrail broke the moment that Justin leaned on it. And his body was extremely limp when falling too.
So not only was he not leaning yet, which once again gives us no reason to think that anyone should point at him hysterically, but also he seemed limp.
His body was limp? Normally, when falling from a great height, one would flail their arms, yes? But when I saw him falling, he wasn't moving at all.
He wasn't moving? Did you see the expression on his face? He might have been unconscious.
I'm afraid I couldn't see anything on his face. It was much too dark to make out his features.
Wait, you didn't actually see his face? How did you know it was actually him that fell in?
Well, who else could it have been? No one else has been reported missing.
So that could have been maybe a dummy. Part of the, you know, the facilitation of false evidence, false witness statements.
They also found the remnants of Justin's body in the vat. It was definitely him that fell in.
But when? That's true. You don't have much reason to believe that Justin might still be alive. Are you a mage by the whistle? There were traces of transmutation magic at the crime scene, and it appears that Astor is quite a high-profile individual. He's probably a mage, and aside from Rika, he was probably the only other mage at the refinery that night. I wouldn't be so sure, but might be true. If you ask him outright, you might be able to see something incriminating through the eye of Horus. Astor, we'll respect your privacy if you don't want to tell us who you are, but could you at least answer one question for me?
I can make no promises, but I'll do my best to tell you what I can.
Are you a mage?
Oh, is that all? Yes, I'm a mage, and I'm quite the practiced one at that.
You see, Celeste cast Detect Magic to look at the scene of the accident, And we found traces of transmutation magic at the crime scene, namely on the guardrails that Justin fell through.
What?
Here it is.
I can't believe it.
What?
Are you telling me that a mage used transmutation magic to weaken the rails? It's a conspiracy. Wait, does that mean this was actually a murder made to look like an accident? It's like something out of the reports I read about him.
You don't see anything incriminating, and you can't see his thoughts clearly. His feelings of happiness are a bit off-putting, though. He's excited.
And you asked me if I was a mage, does that mean that I'm a potential suspect? This is the greatest thing to ever happen to me.
This is the first time you've met someone that's happy to be suspected of murder?
Sorry, it's not right of me to get so excited about something so this serious. You must think of less of me now. But it's like something right out of a mystery novel.
That's not the reaction you were expecting. Well, it doesn't seem out of character. Nevertheless, it doesn't look like there are any incriminating thoughts in his mind. And the emotions he was emanating were all positive. There wasn't a drop of fear in there. What could this mean? Either way, it looks like you found out everything you can from Esther. You should move somewhere else. What if I present you my wife, though? What can you tell me about this, Esther?
Sorry, I'd love to help you. Pardon me.
How about my mom?
Wait, if you're here, is Ruby Tamora here too?
She isn't. I originally came here for the chess tournament. I didn't expect to be working a case while I was here. In truth, you wanted to leave the city as soon as possible. How about this jerk? What can you tell me about this? Well, fine, I guess let's move. Let's see if we can finally get her statement.
Tyrion, you're back! Did you talk to Mr. Dracogen?
I did. I'm still not sure what to make of him just yet. But after what I've seen today, I don't think I can turn a blind eye to what's happening. There were traces of transmutation magic on the guardrails. Regardless of their motives, someone sabotaged those rails with the intent of harming an employee at the refinery. If this truly was a murder, you have to find out who did this and why. I'll represent him in court for the criminal case.
Thanks, it really means a lot to me.
On that note, you were at the refinery when the accident occurred, am I correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so she was there. May I ask you a few questions about what you saw that day?
Of course, I'll do whatever I can to help.
Psychological profile? Uh-oh. Why were you at the refinery? Didn't you have to work at the cafe?
I was making a food delivery to Justin. Wait, you were delivering food to the victim? Yeah, he never had the time to make his own dinner. So I always delivered his dinner during the evening break. But that night I couldn't find him in the freight area, so I went looking for him in the refinery building.
So the accident happened while you were delivering his food? Musarika's food delivery. Musarika Tudor was delivering food to Justin Way. During the time of the accident, Justin apparently never had time to make food for himself. Justin's behavior. Did you talk to Justin at all before the accident?
I did. When I finally found him in the refinery building, he seemed busy. He told me to leave his food in the break room.
Huh, okay. He was busy, but according to Dracogen, he should have never been in the refinery building in the first place.
Did he say what he was busy with? He said that he had a meeting scheduled with Mr. Dracogen.
That can't be true, though. Dracogen didn't mention anything about this. Unless... Justin's meeting? Musarika Tudor briefly interacted with Justin Way before the accident. Justin supposedly told her that he was on his way to a scheduled meeting with Stefanik Dracogen. We've gotten a few witness accounts already, but I just wanted to double check. What did you see during the accident? Sorry, I'm sure that was a disturbing sight. Do you need to take a moment?
No, it's okay. It happened after Justin told me to leave his food in the break room. It was my first time inside the refinery, so I spent some time looking at all the machines. That's when I suddenly heard a strange sound from the walkway.
A strange sound, you want to say?
When I looked to see what it was, I saw Justin fall from there. I tried to find someone to help him, but no one could hear me because of how loud the machines were.
And yet you heard a sound.
Before I finally got them to understand what happened, it was already too late.
Did you see the guardrail break when Justin fell off the walkway? More specifically, did it break from Justin's weight?
I'm honestly not sure. I was too busy trying to find help.
You have matching witness accounts from Ezra and Morrison. They saw the guardrail break. Having Rika also confirmed that would have been helpful. But you suppose Ezra and Morrison's statement will have to suffice. Rika's account of what happened is a lot less detailed than Ezra and Morrison's. But she did see Justin before the accident. You still have no idea why Justin was on that walkway in the first place. According to Rika, he said that he had a meeting scheduled with Dracogen. But this doesn't match with what Dracogen told you. Either Justin or Dracogen must be lying in that case. You've met Dracogen already, but you still have no idea what kind of person Justin was. Justin was, rather. Perhaps Rika could tell you more? Could you tell us more about the victim? What kind of person was he?
He was a good person. He fell in with a bad crowd a few years ago, but he was starting to turn his life around. I saw how much he was trying to change, so I asked Mr. Dracogen to give him a job. I really wanted to help him change his life for the better. But this job just ended up killing him.
It's not your fault.
You can't blame yourself for this. No one could have known this would happen. I guess you're right. It's hard not to think about it, though.
Okay. Was he the type of person to go places that he wasn't supposed to be?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
He really wanted to make a good impression on Mr. Dracogen. He already talked about following the rules. He always talked. He even got mad at me a few times when I accidentally broke Dracogen's protocols.
Oh. Right, that matches up with what Dracogen said. But maybe he was falling back into his old habits. Perhaps Rika can tell you more about what happened, what he was like before he turned his life around. So are we building a profile for Justin, not for Rika? You mentioned that Justin fell in with a bad crowd before. I've also heard that he used to hang out with a band of local delinquents. Could you tell us more about them? Oh? What? Rika, this information will help us with our investigation. I need to speak with the other people who knew him. Do you know where I could find his delinquent friends?
I'm sorry, I really didn't know him that well. I should keep quiet, it might make him mad.
Rika, are you hiding something from me? People that were involved in our mother's tragic happenstance, maybe?
What? Of course not. What would the Dark Lord of Oronex possibly have to hide from you?
Yeah, she's definitely hiding something. You'll need to argue against her if you want the truth. But we haven't filled out our profile yet. What do you think about this? How about my wife? I don't know how to complete this profile. What have I not shown her yet? I guess this, even though... whatever. I'm terribly sorry for what happened to Justin. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, it's difficult to think about sometimes. You always hear about these things happening, but you never expect them to happen to people you know. But have no fear. It will take more than this to bring down the High Archmagi.
She's reverted back to her Chuny personality. Okay. Soraka Todor's psychological profile is complete. Yippee! Alright then.
Let's have a sip of our chalky milk before we...
crush her in a debate. Masurika Tudor appears to be hiding something from you. She clearly knows about the bad crowd that Justin fell in with, but she's hiding who they are and where you can find them. You'll need to convince her to share that information with you. Rika, you know about Justin's friends, don't you? Let's check her profile. Masurika Tudor will perform questionable acts to protect the people she cares about. She has your best interests at heart and will always act in a way that she thinks is beneficial for your well-being. She isn't very good at deception. She will often refer to her dramatic Chuni personality when trying to hide the truth from you. Just be honest with me.
I'm not hiding anything. I really don't know that much about him. I wasn't that close to Justin Wei. I may have delivered his food, but he was just a customer to me.
Delivering food. What was that here again? I wasn't that close. I mean, she just said that she delivered food to him, so I don't know if that really fits. I mean, delivering it every day is kind of a close thing now, I don't know. We don't have a profile for him. Rika helped Justin. Right, I guess... Right, she doesn't just bring the food to him, she also helped him out here, so I guess that's probably the one. I might have believed you delivered his food because he was a good customer, but that wasn't all you did for him. You saw that he was trying to turn his life around, and you begged Dracogen to set him up with a job. You wouldn't do that for just a customer that you barely knew.
Well, that proves nothing. I'm Masurika Tudor, High Archmage of the Cadmium Flame. Is it so hard to believe that I took pity on the stranger? I only helped him because I'm a generous person. It would only be right for me to equip a commoner with the means to change his life.
Agree, you are a generous person, Rika, and that type of generosity would make you privy to details of Justin's life. Doubt. You're not a very good liar, Rika. You would have risked a lot by asking Dracogen to hire a stranger. Rationalize. You said earlier that he was a good person. How could you possibly know that if you didn't know him well? I feel like this might be the best here. Like, yeah. Sure. You are a generous person, Rika, and that type of generosity would make you privy to details of Justin's life. I doubt that he'd continue to hide his past from you after you've done so much for him. You would have known who he associated with.
Tyrion, not everyone wants to share their place with the people close to them. You should know that better than anyone.
Oh shit. She's got you there. I guess this then. You said earlier that he was a good person and he fell in with a bad crowd. How could you possibly know that if you didn't know him very well?
There are plenty of people who would have said that about him. He didn't exactly keep it a secret. I only knew about him because of the rumors that were floating around town.
Come on. That doesn't make sense. Could she be telling the truth? No. When you read her thoughts earlier, you could tell that she was hiding something. She has to be lying right now. Fucking goddammit. First time I'm completely wrong here. You're not a good liar, Rika. You would have risked a lot by asking Dracogen to hire a stranger, especially a stranger with a dubious past like Justin. What if Justin fell back into his old ways? That would have surely brought about consequences for you and your business. You wouldn't take a risk like that unless you knew him very well enough to trust him.
Okay, fine, I guess we were friends. But like I said before, he was trying to leave his old life behind. He always kept his past a secret from me. He didn't like talking about the person he was back then. He wanted to forget about it, and I never brought it up. It's sort of true. We knew each other for years before he told me about it.
I don't know if I have evidence. Contradict claims that contradict thoughts. I mean, apparently he did tell her about it, but I don't know if that, counts here.
Contradicted displayed emotion.
I don't think that's true here. She could be sad about him not, telling her everything. Claims that contradict a piece of evidence. Always kept his past a secret from me. Whoops, no. I didn't actually mean to choose anything yet. Rika, your statement doesn't match with what you're thinking.
What I'm thinking?
Oh wait, did I accidentally choose something else? Fuck.
What I'm thinking? What's that supposed to mean?
Fucking goddammit, I accidentally picked the wrong thing, huh?
Huh?
Shit. Well, you can't exactly tell her that you're reading her thoughts. What did I accidentally pick then? This, I guess? Shit. Let me hit this button then, I guess, okay. So what are we trying to do? He always kept his past. I hate that I accidentally lost health there because I fucking thought I was on this.
He always kept his past a secret from me.
Like, I feel like but we're talking about exactly this, so I feel like this can't be the evidence. I kind of want to reload because of fucking that stupid accident, but I guess whatever. I guess I'll try this after all. Statement doesn't match with what... No, wait, okay, so I did pick this, but it automatically goes into a statement thing like that. Okay, well, in that case... What? I got double whammied! I guess we'll go with this then. I doubt that, Rika. In fact, I'm sure that you were friends for at least a few years. With a friendship that old, I'm sure he would have confided in you about his past.
What?
No, you need to stay focused. What? Oh, I guess. Huh? I'm not sure what that was about. Rika, I don't know why you thought you had to lie about this, but I need to talk to Justin's former friends.
Is that really necessary?
Yes, I need to know why he was behaving so strangely before the accident. His friends might know something about him that you and Drakagen don't.
But that doesn't make any sense. There wasn't anything strange about the way he was acting. I think you're just overthinking this, Tyrion.
Well, he showed up there. He walked in an entirely different department, yeah, that's kind of strange. And the part where he was, like, lifeless or whatever. But I guess we'll go with this. You didn't want to overplay your hand before, but it looks like you don't have a choice now. Rika, Justin told you that he was heading to a scheduled meeting in Drakagen's office. But according to Drakagen, Justin wasn't even supposed to be in the refinery building yesterday.
What?
Rika, Justin might have lied to you.
No. He would never do that.
I need to know why he was up there. And so far, the statements that I've gotten from you and Drakagen don't explain that. I need to talk to people who might know things about him that you don't. Sheesh.
Okay. I'll tell you where you can find them. Just promise me that you'll be safe, okay?
You've successfully persuaded me.
That was kind of dicey.
Where are the delinquents?
Sorry, I wasn't trying to lie to you.
It's okay. I'm assuming you had your reasons. But I need to know where I can find Justin's old friends.
You probably know already, but a few years ago, Justin got involved with a local street gang. They'd always hang around the beach area. But one day, they discovered an abandoned house along the coastline. And they started spending most of their time there.
A lone house on the coastline.
It's that house, Tyrion. That's probably where you'll find Justin's old friends.
So that's why you were being so secretive. It's, his old place or something, maybe?
What? I'm sorry.
Don't be. You were just trying to look out for me, right?
Are you going to be okay? You can, I can go with you if you'd like.
No, it's okay. I'm sure you're busy with the cafe right now. And it's not as if I'll be going alone.
Alright, just don't push yourself too hard, okay?
Yeah. Can I have some of this food? I'm terribly sorry for what happened to Justin. Are you doing okay? I think we talked about this already. Yeah, we did. Abandoned house. You arrive at the old abandoned house. Upon looking at the home that you left behind, you're struck with a flood of emotions. Those memories were once happy, but now they only fill you with grief.
Tyrion, are you okay?
Yeah, let's look around. You wipe your eyes and begin looking around the house. Good thing it's raining, I guess. Oops, suddenly you hear the sound of glass breaking. You rush to look for the source and see two young teenagers throwing rocks at the side of the house. The shattered remains of the window are lying on the ground.
Nice shot, Gavin.
Gavin Craylan, no occupation. One of the teens, apparently named Gavin, notices you approaching.
We've got company, Wyatt. Huh?
Wyatt Ernell, no occupation either. You stare blankly at the broken glass lying on the ground. You're at a loss for words. You feel like you should respond, but nothing comes out of your mouth. You suddenly find yourself quickly approaching the two teens.
What the hell do you want? What the hell?
Before you even realized what you were doing, you threw a punch straight into Gavin's face. Oh shit. Your eyes are now slowly tearing up. You can only see red. You grab Gavin by the collar and pull his face close to yours. Get the hell away from my house.
Tyrion?
You wanna go? If you came looking for trouble, you sure found it.
Okay, let's all calm down and just...
Stay out of this, you little shit.
Excuse me?
What, you got cotton in your ears or something?
Yes, actually. Why don't you go and repeat what you just said?
I said stay out of this. You little shit.
5 minutes later. Where do we bury the bodies? Celeste? Yes? I'm sorry for losing my temper back there. I didn't mean to drag you into this.
It's okay. Our emotions get the better of us sometimes.
Celeste?
Yes?
I think you might have overdone it a bit.
Nah.
Celeste?
Yes?
I don't think he's breathing.
Come on, just give him a second.
Suddenly, hear the very bruised and broken form of Gavin sputtering and wheezing on the ground. It looks like he's finally regained consciousness.
See? He's perfectly fine. You're fine.
Wyatt is staring wide-eyed at Celeste. From the shaking of his legs, it looks like he wants to run away, but he's too frozen by fear to move.
Don't bother, Annie. Even with a head start, I can easily catch up to you. Anyways, these two are probably just informal delinquent friends, right? Are you okay with talking to them?
Yes, of course. With your emotions in such disarray, you completely forgot why you came here in the first place. Would you two happen to know the young man who died at the refinery yesterday?
These guys are after Justin, but he's already dead.
After Justin? Was there someone with a grudge against him? Wyatt clearly thinks that you were sent to someone on someone's behalf. It wouldn't hurt to play the part to get more information out of him. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to hurt you anymore. We'd just like to ask you a few questions about Justin.
Yeah, sure, man. Whatever you want.
Alright, you two talk. I'll work on popping Gavin's shoulder back into place.
It's a little disturbing how nonchalant she says things like that. The view of the sea is just as you remember it. It's probably the only thing that hasn't changed since you left Ori Nights. Returning to this house has brought back several memories that you have complicated feelings for. These feelings are even more confounded by the blatant vandalism committed by Gavin and Wyatt. Honestly, you'd rather leave this place as soon as possible. Several weeds and plant life have grown since you were last here. It doesn't look like anyone has taken care of the yard for the last few years, but you suppose that's more your fault than anyone else's? Probably.
Prepario Arcanum.
No magic. Justin Wade. What can you tell me about Justin Wade? According to a few witnesses we spoke to, you used to be friends.
Friends is kind of pushing it. We used to hang back in the day, but we don't know more. It was weird when he started talking to us again. I thought he left for good.
But he started talking to you again. Why?
He just needed some of the old gear that he left at the house.
Old gear? What kind of old gear?
You know, his thieves' tools. All the tools you need for lockpicking and safe cracking.
Tools for lockpicking and safe cracking? Why would Justin need those? What would Justin need lockpicking and safe cracking tools for?
Well, he needed to get the gold that he owed your boss.
Oh. So he owed gold to someone? He said your boss, right? Alright, I guess he still thinks we were sent by someone, right? It's not actually our boss. Probably.
What word has it that he was working for the merchant that owns the refinery? I guess the owner trusted him a lot. Justin said that he had a way to get access to the safe in the guy's office.
Was he also influenced by that purple stuff? Which is definitely not my wife Eris's fault, by the way. You're making assumptions based on nothing, really.
Justin was always a whiz when it came to breaking and entering.
Oh no.
He even had tools that could crack magical locks. Getting the gold out of that safe would have been an easy score for him.
Wait, Justin was planning to rob Dracogen? Justin planned robbery. Well then, Justin's dead. Wyatt apparently thinks that you were sent on behalf of someone. And from what he's said so far, Justin owed a non-trivial amount of gold to this person. If this person was some kind of criminal, would they have been the one who sabotaged the guardrail? Did Justin tell you who he owed his debt to?
No man, he didn't say nothing. They might whack me too if I tell them the truth.
So he does know. There's no point in playing dumb. Just tell us what he told you. Did he give you a name?
Answer the question.
The Eye Taker. He owed gold to the Eye Taker.
The Eye Taker, huh? That's a rather specific portrait for somebody that we never saw. Justin Wade supposedly owed a not trivial amount of Eye Taker. Citizens of Arnex can tell you more, sure. The Eye Taker? That must be some kind of criminal nickname. Why does that sound so familiar, though? Either way, you need to find out who this Eye Taker is. It might be best to ask someone else.
Man, I guess there are all kinds of people in the city. I never knew someone like her was involved with them.
What was that?
Nothing, ma'am.
Have you seen my wife? What can you tell me about this?
Sorry, man, I don't know anything about that. Don't know nothing.
Keep us telling the truth. I'm guessing he doesn't have anything more to say. How do you feel about the Dracogen Trading Company?
They're just another group of rich dudes. Sure, they talk about making the city better for us common folk, but I'm sure they are no better than Fransanctus.
I don't know about that. Oops. Once again, I wish the game would remember what option you were on last. That just would feel better. I guess we're gonna go to the square, where people there are to talk about the Eye Taker, or not.
Hey, Tyrion.
Yeah?
Back at the house, what was that all about? I've never seen you get that angry before. And you said that it was your house.
Yeah, it was my house.
It was? Ever since we arrived in the city, you haven't really been yourself.
Little typo.
If you want to talk about it,
I'm fine, and I don't want to talk about it.
You're not fine. I can see it on your face. Please, just talk to me.
It's none of your business. That came out a lot louder than you wanted it to. Celeste, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Without a word, she quickly walks ahead of you. Oh.
Oh, no.
Guess there's nobody to talk to, actually.
Prepario Arcanum.
She sounds a little less thrilled. Wonder if that's just a random chance of it sounding different?
Prepario Arcanum.
Oh. Oh, I guess it only happens once per screen transition.
Prepario Arcanum.
Yeah, no, I guess it's, they really put an extra voice line in there. Just in cases where we are not having the grandest of times with her. That's a nice little detail. I guess we're gonna ask our friend, our Osana Najimi. Wait, I guess it's includes, right?
The Eye Taker?
Rika, do you know a criminal named the Eye Taker?
The Eye Taker? I can't say I heard of them. Are you in conflict with this villain? Do they seek to steal the Eye of Horus from you?
No, not exactly, but who knows, maybe later. At least, you hope not. Either way, it looks like Rika doesn't know who the Eye Taker is. We should try asking someone else.
I guess we can show it to her as well. Might as well.
She's clearly not in the mood for conversation.
I guess, yeah.
You know this fucker? Dracogen, have you ever heard of a criminal named the Eye Taker? That name does sound familiar, but I don't know much about much more than that. I try my best to avoid those sorts of people, you understand. Perhaps someone else might know more about them. Surely somebody who spent a lot of time at the harbor would know the deeds on people. Parson, do you know about the criminal named the Eye Taker? The Eye Taker? Where did you hear that name? So you do know about him? Aye, I do. I've learned to keep my distance from him over the years. The Eye Taker is the criminal kingpin of this region. Every large criminal undertaking in this region appears under his watch. It happens under his watch. He's that big of a deal? Of course he is. More importantly, how did you hear about him? From what I heard, Justin Wei owed him a huge debt. Justin owed them. I knew he used to run around with a bunch of rogues, but I never imagined by the Scaled Lord. The Eye Taker might be involved in Justin's death. Do you think someone like him could be behind this? Well, there's a saying we have about what happens when you get in on his bad side. Let's just say he reminds you of why he has that name. So you know who the Eye Taker is now, and we also know that this guy is missing an eye, or might at least. He's only showing one of them. It definitely adds another angle to this case, but there are still some elements of this that don't make sense. You need to take some time to work through it all. But you should go talk to Dracogen first. He wants to see everything that you found. Let's check up here first, just in case anything changed. Nothing did. Hello, Mr. Cuthbert. I trust you're doing well. We are. For the most part. We've spent some time looking into the accident and the people who knew Justin. I think there might be more to this case than meets the eye. Oh. You spent some time explaining your findings to Dracogen. He seems troubled when you explained the traces of transmutation that you found on the guardrail. He's even more taken aback when you mention Justin's supposed plan to rob him. This is quite a lot to take in. Are you missing any valuables in your safe right now? No, actually, but... What is it? After the accident, I did a careful inspection of the building. When I checked my office, I noticed that the lock of the safe was disengaged. The safe was opened, but you said there wasn't anything missing. That's right. When I saw the safe open like that, I was already worried that I'd been robbed. But I double-checked the contents. Everything was accounted for. Because of that, I just assumed I'd forgotten to lock it. This doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I might believe that if it weren't for where my office is located. What do you mean? The walkway that Justin fell from leads to my office. There's a window there that overlooks the refinery. That would explain why Justin was there in the first place. I don't want to suspect one of my employees, especially one who isn't alive, to defend himself from such accusations. But it all just fits too perfectly together, except for one thing. Why wasn't anything stolen? Well, regardless, I think you have a pretty good case. So, does this mean you represent me? After what I've discovered, I won't just stand by and let you Von Sanctus have his way. Well spoken. Glad to have you on my side, Mr. Cuthbert. That's a rather different face. Anyways, regardless of why, someone clearly magically tampered with the site of the accident. I doubt the court will find you at fault for what happened. Although... What's wrong? Civil cases are a lot less strict than criminal cases. If we present evidence suggesting foul play using magic, they'll treat this exactly like our other cases. Yeah, they might stall the trial until they find out what exactly happened. For this accident, all we have to do to go on is witness accounts. Finding concrete evidence of what happened could very well be impossible. But the idea of hunting down the mage responsible sounds very tempting. It looks like you have your work cut out for you. I just hope things turn out okay at the end. And with Von Sanctus on the other side of this, who knows what might happen. It'll be best to keep your wits about you. I can't believe this. I have more important things to do than resolve your petty squabbles for you.
Yes, the missing chip of your betrothed. Listen, the sooner you help me resolve this mess with Dracogen, the sooner you can return to being the prince's lapdog. Shut the fuck up, Lloyd. That is to say, once I'm not preoccupied with this case, House Von Sanctus can provide the resources that you and the Inquisition need.
I suppose I don't have a choice, do I? Well, at least this case should be relatively straightforward.
Or should it? Let's drink some more water. Same judge, same prosecution. Sheesh.
Court is now in session for the trial of Stefanik Dracogen.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Sirwin, please list the charges.
The defendant is charged with criminal negligence in the death of Justin Way. The death occurred at the Arcane refinery last night. Mr. Way was an employee of the Dracogen Trading Company, a company owned by the defendant. During work hours, the victim accidentally broke a poorly maintained safety rail and fell into a vat of corrosive chemicals. Attempts to save his life failed, and his body almost fully dissolved.
I see. What a gruesome end.
The defendant displayed clear negligence in maintaining the refinery's facilities. As such, the responsibility of Mr. Way's death falls squarely on his shoulders. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Noah Morrison to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Yes, the name's Noah Morrison. I'm the Harbor Master of Ornex Harbor.
It's my understanding that you witnessed the accident that night. Am I correct?
Aye, I did.
Could you please testify to the court about what you witnessed? was showing a visitor around the city, and for some reason he really wanted to see the Onyx Arcane refinery. He was inspecting the machines there, when suddenly Musarika ran up to us. She was desperately trying to tell us something, but there was just too much noise. After a while, she just pointed at the walkway overlooking the refinery. That's where we saw someone fall into that accursed vat. There was a guardrail that should have prevented him from falling, but he broke through it as he fell. So there was a safety rail that should have protected the victim.
Yes, however, upon closer inspection, the guard found that the rails were extremely rusted. They were clearly poorly maintained by the company.
See, this negligence is the basis of the prosecution's charges.
Are you going to present the traces of transmutation that we found? I mean, obviously.
I can't help but feel like there's something in Morrison's testimony that doesn't add up. Right now, those traces are the only defense we have against Von Sanctus' accusations. It's not a piece that I want to use just yet, but it seems like it would be a very key piece of evidence that turns the entire thing on its head. But sure. And once you use that piece, who knows how the judge will react. Not much has changed with Morrison's testimony. However, you've collected a lot more evidence since you last spoke to him. Is there anything you found that contradicts his testimony? We'll have to see, I guess. I wasn't really paying too much attention, I feel like. Showing the visitor around the city and for the reason you really want to see. That sounds accurate, I guess. This was the patron you mentioned before, am I correct, Morrison?
Aye.
After Asta seemed keen on keeping his identity hidden, it would probably be best to leave it at that, for now. Aside from being a mage, he hasn't given you much reason to suspect him. For now.
Are you referring to Musarika Tudor, owner of the local cafe?
Aye, for whatever reason, she was also there and witnessed the accident.
Yes, we are already well aware of that.
Musarika's testimony was a lot less detailed than Morrison's and Asta's testimony. She was probably more focused on saving Dustin than taking in her surroundings. But are there any points where her testimony doesn't add up with Morrison's? She was desperate. Too much noise. And this noise came from the machines in the refinery, I presume? Those machines were loud as hell. I could barely hear myself think with that noise. There was no way I could hear young Musarika over there over all that. Yep. You mentioned that you saw someone fall into the vat. Did you not recognize the person? Well, I didn't know the lad personally, and it was pretty far away. I couldn't get a good look at that person. Maybe you should keep a pin on that detail. Anyways, could you go into more detail about the moment you witnessed the accident? Of course. What did you want to know about? Oh, I didn't think we would get a question here.
What happened to the guardrail? What was Musarika doing?
What was Aster doing? Was his guardrail extremely rusted before it broke? I don't think he would be able to tell from down there. What was Musarika doing? At the moment you saw Justin fall. I told you, didn't I? She was the one who pointed to the walkway in the first place. That's how we saw Justin fall. I see. Could you please include that detail in your testimony? You think it'll help? If you think it'll help. I don't think it will. That's when we saw Justin fall. Hold on, let me check what stuff we have. Recap Justin's job, Justin's meeting, food delivery, their testimony, guardrails. But supposedly we don't want to use these yet. Musarika Tudor saw Justin Way fall off the walkway. After seeing him fall, she tried to get the attention of Aster and Noah Morrison, but they couldn't understand her. Wait. Oh. Wait, I didn't notice that. Was that really what she said? Well, that's weird. She just pointed, well, that's where we saw someone fall into the room. That's when we saw Justin fall. I don't know where I'm supposed to really like present that. I guess I'll try to press this again and get a different answer, basically. Could you go into more detail about the moment you witnessed the accident? What happened to the guardrail before Justin fell? Well, I saw him lean on it. It should have prevented him from falling off the walkway, but the rail just broke the instant he put his weight on it. That's how he fell into the vat. I see. I don't know. Like, we could present the spell here, but supposedly we don't want to yet. After a while, she just pointed to the walkway. I mean, I feel like this is where I want to present this. I guess I'll just try, because supposedly we don't take any damage from being wrong, right? Objection! Yeah, this is not right. Your Honor, it's clear that the witness's testimony is contradictory. And this piece of evidence proves it. I fail to see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, I guess you're right. Oh. I guess we'll ask this, even though I don't think... What was your companion doing the moment you saw Justin fall? Well, he couldn't do much. He was standing next to me, he saw Justin fall into the vat too. I see. Could you open the room? My companion stood there with me. I guess I'll go with Rika again and just point out the thing there. I don't know. Seems a little awkward. Maybe I'm on the wrong track here. Objection! Okay, I guess that is the right one. I don't know, that feels a little awkward. Wait, what? Witness, you said that you saw the victim fall into the vat. Did this happen before, during, or after Musrika tried to get your attention? It was definitely after. If it weren't for the commotion she made, I wouldn't have looked up in the first place. It's just as you thought, but what does this mean? Isn't this what we thought the entire time, or was I wrong the entire time? Thinking that she pointed it out and then they watched, but the other way around doesn't make sense. So I was surprised at finding out that Rika apparently said it the other way around and I didn't even notice. Morrison, I spoke with Rika about what she saw. She said that she saw Justin fall off of the walkway and then rushed to you for help. Oh, that sounds about right. No, Morrison, it actually doesn't. What do you mean? If Musarika saw Justin fall before she went to get help, then how did you see him fall after she came to you for help? What? Morrison, Musarika came to you for help. This was in reaction to seeing Justin fall off the walkway. If that's true, then how could you have possibly seen Justin fall off the walkway again afterward? I have no idea. Mr. Cuthbert, you're disputing the witness's testimony over a minor detail. Is it minor, though? It's entirely possible that Dr. Morrison or Miss Tudor simply misremembered. I highly doubt that Morrison misremembered the order of what happened. His testimony matches up exactly with the testimony of his companion. Then Miss Tudor must be the one who's mistaken. But why would she even, like I said before? Like, her seeing it in that order makes more sense for her actions, but it, puts this entire thing on its head, in a way. I'm compelled to agree with Miss Steelwind. These conflicting accounts seem extremely minor. The prosecution's case is based on the broken guardrail, and only 3 individuals who witnessed Justin break said guardrail. The defense asserts that these 3 witness accounts must be consistent with each other. Otherwise, this evidence is not strong enough to find my client reliable. Please, the break in the guardrail is directly over the vat. That is enough physical evidence. It proves that the victim fell in because the railing broke. How do we know that the guardrail wasn't broken by some other event? That's ludicrous. You're clearly just playing devil's advocate. I'll admit that I also find the defense's assertion dubious. However, I see no harm in allowing Miss Tudor to justify what she saw. Rika saw a lot less than Morrison and Astor did, and her testimony was a lot less detailed. But the one detail she did remember was that she saw Justin fall off the walkway. Hopefully, her testimony might clear up what happened. Bailiff, please escort Miss Tudor to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom.
This is probably Rika's first time testifying in the courtroom. You hope she'll be okay?
As if I need such introductions, but allow me to indulge you all.
Oh lord, is she seriously doing that here?
I am Musarika Tudor, Dark Lord of Oranax, High Archmagi of the Cadmium Plains, and business proprietor of Sweet Confections.
I see. I was not aware that we were in the presence of such a renowned individual. Wait, does he actually believe her? Of course he does. Don't you see? You're the only one who doesn't get it. Your Honor, Musarika Tudor is the owner of the local cafe in Oranax. But isn't she also a High Archmagi? Of course she is.
I am.
No, she really isn't.
Tyrion, you're ruining my flow.
Ayo, Fiver. What do you mean too normal? Haven't you seen his amazing gavel? Which is totally not normal. I mean, not, maybe the fact that he doesn't have much of a beard reveals important details that will be plot relevant.
Yeah, stop ruining her flow, Tyrion, that's what I'm saying.
You would say that your flow is the most disrupted that your flow is the most disrupted right now. It's actually just a normal gavel, there's nothing special about it. But the way he uses it is actually pretty impressive. You'll have to wait for one of those scenes, I guess. Anyways, Miss Tudor, you were at the Oranax refinery on the night of the accident, and you witnessed the moment that the victim fell off of the walkway, am I correct?
Yes, that's right.
Aw, see, we ruined her fun. Fuck you, Tyrion. According to the statement, you ran up to Morrison after you saw Justin fall off of the walkway. The problem is that there's a contradiction between both of your testimonies.
There's a contradiction?
Morrison testified that he didn't see the victim fall into the vat until after you approached him. This wouldn't make sense, though. You saw the victim fall off of the walkway before you ran up to Morrison. Morrison couldn't have possibly seen the victim fall again after that.
Oh, I think I see what happened.
You do?
I think you're misunderstanding what I said before.
I misunderstood you? If that's true, could you please testify to the court exactly what happened? Please include every detail you can remember.
Sure. I was at the refinery when I heard a strange sound from the walkway. When I looked to see what it was, I saw that Justin had tumbled over the guardrail. But he hadn't fallen into the vat yet. I saw him barely hanging onto the edge of the platform.
Okay, so that lines up a little bit more with the thing we heard when we were trying to sleep.
I didn't know how to get to the walkway from there, so I looked for help on the grounds and found Mr. Morrison. He must have seen Justin lose his grip of the edge and fall into the vat after that.
Apparently he didn't. So the victim didn't immediately fall into the vat. He was hanging onto the edge of the walkway. That would explain how Mr. Morrison saw the victim fall into the vat after Miss Tudor saw him fall off the walkway. In any case, Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Okay.
What kind of sound did you hear?
I'm not quite sure. If I had to guess, I'd say it sounded like the sound of metal hitting metal.
Metal hitting metal. The refinery walkway is made of metal. So perhaps the sound she heard was something metallic colliding with the walkway? Did something shake the walkway and make Justin lose his balance? So this was the moment that you saw Justin fall off of the walkway?
Yeah.
And you said that he fell over the guardrail?
I did, but I'm not sure how it happened. I think something caused him to lose his balance.
So he fell over it, it didn't break.
He tumbled over the guardrail and fell right off of the walkway.
Over the guardrail. I didn't catch that detail the first time she said this. Interesting. But that still doesn't explain why Morrison saw him fall after you ran to him for help.
Well, I did see Justin fall from the walkway. But he hadn't fallen into the vat yet. I saw him barely hanging onto the edge of the platform.
I guess maybe tumbled over the walkway. Maybe we'll just present something immediately if we have something that fits here. Does this have a fit here? Then there's more. Look there. Figure guardrail. Break it. That surely fits. Objection! Yeah. Over. She said over, didn't she? Rika, you said that the victim tumbled over the guardrail. As in, he was thrown over it.
Yes, that's right.
What? Did you see the moment that the guardrail broke?
No, I didn't. I already told you that, didn't I?
But you did see the moment that Justin fell off of the walkway. And in that moment, did you see Justin break the guardrail?
No, like I told you, I didn't see the moment that the guardrail broke.
But that's the thing, Rika. According to Morrison, Justin Way broke the guardrail as he fell into the vat. More specifically, he said that Justin was standing on the walkway when this happened.
What?
According to the prosecution, Justin Way leaned on the faulty guardrail and broke it, falling into the vat. But that's not what he saw, was it, Rika?
No, I saw him tumble over the guardrail.
There it is, do you see? The judge using his gavel rather impressively. I'm afraid I didn't see the importance of this. I don't see the importance of this, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you accusing the witness of perjury? No. There's definitely something going on here, but what? Masarika is a mage, and you don't want to suspect her. But you need to consider every possibility. What is happening here? Masarika is lying. Nor Morrison is lying. They're both lying. They're both telling the truth. They're both telling the truth. What? Come on, it was super impressive. But how does that make any sense? Okay, think through this. If we assume that Rika and Morrison are telling the truth, you need to remember the exact order of events. First, Rika saw Justin go up the walkway.
When I looked to see what it was, I saw that Justin had tumbled over the guardrail. But he hadn't fallen into the vat yet. I saw him barely hanging onto the edge of the platform.
She saw Justin fall over the guardrail and off of the walkway. Justin was able to grab onto the walkway ledge. That's when Masarika went to look for help. This is when she ran to Morrison, that's right. Masarika came running towards us. She was trying to tell us something, but the damn machines were too loud for us to hear her. She pointed at the walkway, and that's when we saw someone fall into the vat. By the time we could get them to stop the machines, it was too late. And then there's Astra's account of events. Did you see the expression on his face? He might have been unconscious.
I'm afraid I couldn't see anything on his face. It was much too dark to make out his features.
Wait, you didn't actually see his face? How did you know it was actually him that fell in?
Well, who else could it have been?
Did anybody else mention darkness? Astra and Morrison couldn't see Justin's face. That one detail of their testimony never sat right with you. But you just missed your suspicions. They found Justin's body in the vat, after all. You know for a fact that he fell into that vat. But you never considered one other possibility. Justin survived. Another person fell into that. Justin didn't fall into the vat. I don't think he survived. Another person fell into the vat also. Yeah, another person? Is that really possible? I don't think it might have been. Maybe it wasn't actually a person, but, you know, something resembling one, maybe. But it's the only thing that makes sense. It would also explain how Rika, Morrison, and Astra all saw someone fall off the walkway at different times. But then, who is the second person?
You don't have a choice.
Even if you don't know all of the facts, this is the only conclusion you can draw. I think you've had quite enough time to deliberate, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you accusing the witness or not? I am not accusing the witness of perjury, Your Honor. Both Miss Tudor and Mr. Morrison's testimonies appear to contradict each other, but they are both telling the truth.
Then please enlighten us, Mr. Cuthbert. How could both of their testimonies possibly be true?
Well, I think there's only one possible explanation. Both Miss Tudor and Mr. Morrison saw someone fall off the walkway. But the person that Miss Tudor saw and the person that Mr. Morrison saw were two different people.
Are you serious, Mr. Cuthbert? Do you honestly think some random person fell into the vat no moments after Justin Wayne fell in? Justin Wayne?
Keep wanting to say Wayne. It's the only conclusion that makes sense, Miss Steelwind. Miss Tudor knew the victim and recognized him. That's how she was able to confirm that it was him that fell into the vat. However, Mr. Morrison and his companion did not know the victim personally. They could barely make out his features. They only assumed that it was him after learning that he fell in.
Please. It's far more likely that Miss Tudor is simply mistaken about what she saw. What? No, I'm sure I saw Justin tumble over the guardrail. And let's not forget Miss Tudor's allegiances. As a beneficiary of the Dracogen Trading Company, she has every reason to confound this case in the defendant's favor.
Hey.
That's not...
Very rude. Oh! Come on. He's got some weight on that. Some style. That's enough. This is a civil case, Mr. Cuthbert, not some murder mystery for you to throw wild theories toward, or is it, though? This was clearly an accident. Well, this is, I guess, where we throw out the card that we've been saving up. It looks like you don't have a choice. You're going to have to use your trump card. You have one piece of evidence that implies that this wasn't a simple accident. It's the gold!
No, it's the transmutation.
Are you sure about that, Your Honor?
What?
Justin Way's death was reported as an unfortunate accident. As a result, the city guard put minimal resources into their investigation. More specifically, there was no reason to call in the Arcane Inquisition.
What are you talking about now? Why would the Inquisition be? No, are you saying that...
Unlike the our next city guard, I have a mage capable of casting detect magic. My bodyguard, Celeste McCoy, scanned the crime scene for magical traces, and she found traces of transmutation on the broken guardway. Traces of magic were found at the crime scene. But that would make this a potential homicide, Your Honor.
This is ridiculous. The accident took place within an arcane refinery. Those traces could have easily come from the purification process.
Miss Steelwind, these traces were found only on the guardrails that Justin broke. We didn't find them anywhere else. We can't be certain of what happened, but it's clear that a mage used magic near the scene of the accident. Foul play may have been involved. So my theory of another person falling into the vat is entirely possible. My client is not at fault for the guardrail breaking. Considering this shocking revelation, there is still much we do not know about Justin Way's death. With that said, I have no choice but to suspend the trial of Von Sanctus versus Dracogen. You had a feeling that this would happen. Just like your other cases, the court won't pass a verdict unless a culprit is found. The court will give the Arcane Inquisition time to investigate the scene and these supposed magical traces. We will resume the trial in 2 days' time. Court is adjourned. Bob. 2 days. That's enough time for any traces to go away, but I guess until then we have time to still find those.
Well, at least we survived the first day. But it kind of feels like we're back to square one.
Yeah, the Inquisition will get involved. They know that magic played a role in what happened. If you want them to dismiss the case against Dracogen, you're going to have to find out exactly what happened. If that's even possible.
Hey, are you okay?
You feel a headache coming on. Yeah, I think I'm just tired.
Well, the day has been exhausting. It's pretty late. Should we just head back to the inn and continue the investigation tomorrow?
I guess the blockade was lifted, unless this courthouse is in the same place, in the same city. No, I want to take another look at the refinery before the Inquisition gets there. The throbbing pain in your skull seems to disagree with you doing that.
Yeah, no, we're heading back to the inn.
I'm fine, really.
Tyrion, I know you're anxious about the trial, but you need to get some rest.
Celeste, it's fine.
It's not. You're going to work yourself.
Would you just try stay out of my way? Uh-oh. Again, your voice came out louder than you meant for it to.
Fine, whatever. Do what you want.
It's this damn city. Being back here is really getting to you. Or is there something else to it? That's all the more reason to get through this trial as soon as possible. The soreness in your head doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. Perhaps he's right. You'll be better off investigating the scene after some rest.
Let's save that game.
And I'm gonna have a sip of my chalky milk. Wait, so we didn't actually investigate the crime scene and did go to sleep? What the hell? Another nightmare overtakes your sleep. You clutch the note tightly in your hands as you read it.
I'm sorry, Tyrion. There were so many things that I wanted to tell you, so many things that I wanted to show you. But I'm afraid that I can't do that now. I need you to be strong now. This world's bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes, peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. Use it to reclaim the future.
Her eyes? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. All you have to do is stop the execution. If you can just distract the knights long enough, you can save her and run away. You'll have to abandon your home, but at least she'll stay with you. As you try to sprint towards the gallows, the knight grabs your arm and pulls you back. Hey kid, you can't just cross this point. Hey, stop that. You fruitlessly try to break his grip by striking him with your bare hands. But he barely feels anything through his armor. You can continue delivering blow after blow to him, but it does nothing. Your knuckles start to bleed. Oh no. Irritated by your behavior, the knight pins you to the ground. Damn kid. You desperately struggle against him to no avail. And from this position, you have no choice but to watch what's happening.
Wait, stop.
You make eye contact with your mother one last time. Her body goes limp. You stare blankly at the hanging body.
No, this isn't... Mom.
You clutch her note tightly in your hand. You feel a comforting yet fleeting warmth from it.
Mom!
So she was hung, I guess.
Tyrion?
Celeste, You snap back awake. It was another nightmare. You notice that tears are streaming down your face. You quickly try to bring your sleeve to wipe them away, but you realize that Celeste is firmly gripping your hand. What? Why are you...
Sorry.
Hmm?
You were shouting in your sleep, but you seemed to calm down a little when I held your hand. So I've been doing that.
Oh, nice. Oh.
Tyrion, are you okay?
You're not.
You've been acting weird since we arrived in RNX.
It's nothing.
It's not nothing. Doesn't it have something to do with your mother? For the past 2 nights, you've been calling out for her in your sleep. Please, just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I?
You never even realized it. You didn't have many people in your life after you left RNX. You only had Miss Tamora, and she never wanted to talk about what happened. But Celeste, she's been there since you started your career. Of course she's your friend. It all happened a long time ago. We lived here together in that old house. My mother was a merchant and a mage.
Your mother was a mage?
But I guess the gift of magic skipped my generation. I could never use it. About 10 years ago, my mother's business partner was found murdered. And they found traces of magic at the crime scene.
They thought that your mom did it.
Mr. Mora was my mother's defense attorney for the trial. She did everything she could to get her acquitted. But she could never find the real culprit. They found her guilty of first-degree murder. I tried to stop her execution, but your voice starts breaking.
Tyrion.
I'm sorry, Celeste.
What?
Coming back here has brought back so many memories. I thought that I'd already moved on from what happened. If I could just keep saving people as an attorney, then maybe I could put all of this behind me. But I'm back in Oranax, and those feelings are still so fresh in my mind. It's like I'm still the same powerless child from 10 years ago. I know that I've been taking that out on you. I'm really sorry.
Don't be, I get it. I know what it's like to lose someone you like that.
She does, doesn't she?
When my dad was murdered, you were there for me. If it weren't for you, I would have still believed that he died hating me.
Celeste slowly clasps your hand within hers again. It feels warm and comforting. Has this been the warmth you've been feeling for the last few nights?
So just let me be here for you.
You can feel yourself dozing off. You have to snap yourself back awake. Sorry, the last few days have been a little tiring.
It's okay, just focus on falling asleep. I'll stay with you for as long as you need me to. How precious. Ugh. I'm also feeling a bit pretty tired though. I'll just rest my eyes a bit.
For the first time since you arrived in Oranax, you finally receive a good night's rest. You wake up in the next morning feeling well rested. You feel almost a little too rested. You feel really reluctant to leave the comfort of your bed. Celeste, are you here or there? Your hand feels warm. Ha-ha. You can feel your heart stop. Celeste!
What do you want?
Isn't she pretty? Her eyes slowly open as she wakes from her equally restful sleep. She drowsily scans her surroundings. Haha. How cute. You both dart out of bed.
So... You seem to be doing better. You're okay, right?
Yeah, thank you for last night. Poor phrasing. Or maybe the best phrasing.
Hello, are you there, Mr. Cuthbert?
Wait,
What the hell?
your soul nearly jumps out of your body. You suddenly hear Asta's voice, and it's extremely loud. You look around to see where he is, but he's nowhere to be found. Asta?
Ah, thank the Scaled Lord, I've finally gotten through to you too.
Wait, that's not the right voice, but whatever. Oh. Wait, hold on. My PC's... Well, it's not directly my PC, but I guess my browser's being weird. Let's just refresh here. Should be fine.
What? Where are you?
I'm using a spell to speak with you right now.
I'm using a spell to speak with you right now. I apologize for contacting you in this manner, but I was worried that something had happened to you too.
Alright, of course. Anyways, what do you want at this time of day?
At this time of day?
Mr. Cuthbert, it's 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
What?
3 p.m.? You missed the entire morning.
I hope everything's okay. Did something happen?
No, everything's okay. Anyways, it's already this late. We should head over to the refinery.
Yes, the investigation. Let's do that immediately.
Celeste immediately power walks out of the room. You quickly follow after her.
If you're heading to the refinery, do you mind if I meet you with you two? There's something that I'd like to ask you.
Sure.
Wonderful. I'll see you at the town square.
Okay. You quickly meet Astor in the town square while you walk to the refinery. You and Celeste walk to your destination with purpose, a little too much purpose. It's almost as if you're both trying to distract yourselves from something. Every time you make eye contact with Celeste, she quickly glances away. Things are a little awkward, but you much prefer this over the tense mood between you two yesterday. Anyways, Astor, what was that spell you used earlier? it let you speak with us without being there.
Oh, that was a conjuration spell. It's called Send Message.
I just feel a little bit uneasy that you can just contact us out of the blue like that. More importantly, you're a little worried about what she might have seen.
Don't worry, the spell is perfectly harmless. I can give you the parameters if you like.
Send message. Malum. No gesture, 1 hour, no concentration. For the duration of the spell, the caster projects their voice to communicate with their target. Anyone within a 30-foot radius of the target can hear the caster's voice. The caster can also hear sounds close to the target, allowing for two-way communication. The target must be a person known to the caster. That person must also be conscious, otherwise the spell will fail. Alternatively, the target can be an object that is attuned to the caster's magic. Oh, okay. That is an interesting detail, isn't it?
It looks like it only facilitates communication.
He definitely didn't see the embarrassing state yet that you two were in.
By the way, I'm not going to be rude, but why are you following us? Oh, yes. I was still trying to think of the proper method to ask you. But you both seem to be on edge you both seem to be on edge at the moment.
What did you want to ask us?
You already told me about the traces of transmutation at the refinery. But the trial yesterday really highlighted the significance of that. I can't simply stand by if I was a witness to a murder.
And?
May I join you on your investigation?
He's happy again, but also a little scared. You're questioning his motives for a variety of reasons. He was the only other mage that was at the scene of the crime. And between him and Rika, you definitely trust Rika more. Alright, I see no reason why not. Celeste shoots you a concerned look. You subtly gesture for her to keep an eye on Astra. She nods in acknowledgement. Astra is your prime suspect right now, and he has to be aware of that. But if you keep him close to you, you might catch some dissonant thoughts through the eye. I don't think it was him. You arrive at the refinery and see that several knights from the Inquisition have already arrived. You glance at the damaged walkway and see Commander White there with a few of his knights. He seems to notice you too, but he only pays you a passing glance. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I've been waiting for you. For quite a while, may I add. Right, sorry about that. I suppose you have your reasons, and you've more than proven yourself worthy of my trust. Although Dracogen gives Astra a suspicious side glance, he appears to have come to the same conclusion that you did. Well, you've given me little reason to doubt your judgment. I will leave the investigation in your capable hands.
Speaking of the investigation, where should we start first?
Now that we've gotten the Inquisition involved, we might be able to learn more about the magical traces at the crime scene. You look at Commander White, who is inspecting the walkway. He's probably your best bet for getting more information about the investigation. Well, let's talk to him first, though. I'm quite pleased with you working with your work during the trial. I'm glad I put my trust in you. Thank you, but we're still a long way from getting your case dismissed. And showing the possibility of a murder definitely made things much more complicated. I see no reason to blame yourself. You merely played the cards that you were dealt. Honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of what happened.
Do you have any idea who the second victim might be?
I have no idea. But all of my other employees were accounted for. I doubt that it was anyone who worked for me. But then who was it? Maybe not a real person. All employees present. To be perfectly honest, I'm a little concerned with how many unauthorized people were there that day. He has a point. It seems strange that Justin, Rika, and Morrison were all there. Hey, buddy. No, it's you two. And who's this? Wait, the hell?
Commander, please don't.
What the hell are you two doing with the Crown Prince?
What? Ah, it appears that my cover has been blown, as they say.
Did you just say that you're the Crown Prince?
Yes, my full name is Asta de Werengard IV, heir to the throne of Werengard.
Also a conjuration guy and prince. This entire time you've been speaking to the heir to the throne? And he's 26 years old.
I was hoping that it wouldn't come to this.
Oh, sorry, Your Majesty.
Please, none of that. I would much prefer if you all continue to call me Asta.
No, I could never. You've never seen the commander this flustered before. Why did you find the need to hide this from us?
I didn't want you to think less of me. I admire your work, Mr. Cuthbert. Which is why I was afraid you wouldn't speak with me if you knew the truth.
In a way, he was correct to assume that. As a member of the royal family, he represents everything that you and Mr. Mora are fighting against. But he does look like a sincere and genuine person. At the very least, you haven't seen anything incriminating through the eye of horrors. Anyways, this complicates things greatly. Astra is your primary suspect, so if he did commit the murder, you would have to implicate a member of the royal family. A nobleman is one thing, but would it even be possible to convict the Crown Prince? Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Well, no matter what, you won't stop seeking justice. It doesn't matter who you're facing, be they man, king, or god. And princes aside, you came here to talk to the commander about this investigation. Since Astra is accompanying you, he might be more inclined to share details with you.
Maybe.
I still can't believe that you've been the Crown Prince since this entire time.
I wasn't trying to deceive you. I was just worried that you might treat me differently if you knew the truth.
Oh, right. Should I call Steelwind over here for you? She'll probably want to see you.
No, I think it would be best if you didn't. Oh, I remember now. If you're the Crown Prince, that makes Prosecutor Steelwind your fiancé.
Huh. Right, Lady Frigga mentioned that during the Nightcrave case. That's why the name Astra sounded so familiar. You saw it in her thoughts.
Ah, that Miriam. She's caused me so much trouble by publicly revealing my marriage to Lady Steelwind.
Oh, it was supposed to be a secret?
I had hoped to keep it a secret for much longer.
I mean, yeah, if I found out that my wife was to be wed to you, I would obviously kill you, which I'm gonna do, by the way. She obviously doesn't want to marry you. It's just a noble bullshit thing, obviously she's gonna marry me. And you're gonna die. That's the only way. There's literally no other way. Okay. I'm surprised that the Inquisition is even here. I thought you were all busy investigating Astra's missing ship. What? Wait, you know about that? The commander glances nervously at Astra. We wanted to put more of our people there, but Lady Steelwind insisted that we focus on the Dracogen case.
As you should. I would much rather have you find justice for Justin Wade. That's far more important than looking for some musty old shit.
What's with that? Emotion. This kid for real? Right. Have you discovered anything about the magical traces here? We did take a look at it, and it is definitely suspicious. The only rails with magical traces on them are these. And the fact that we can still see them means that they were left within the last 48 hours. It's looking pretty likely that someone used transmutation on these rails that night. It still doesn't make sense though. Why would someone weaken these rails specifically? I have no idea, I'm just as confused as you are. If this is really foul play, then someone knew that Justin or some other person would be in this exact place. Has the Inquisition found any evidence to prove my theory? You mean about a second person falling into the vat? Sorry kid, but it ain't that simple. the body of that Justin fella sort of dissolved.
That's quite gruesome.
If another person had fallen in, their body would have dissolved too. But we could only find some bone fragments, blood, and a lot of metallic shards. Metallic shards, huh? Have you been able to use divination magic to identify the bone fragments? Yep, the ones we found all belong to Justin Wayne. Justin Wayne, not Wayne. God damn it. No signs of bones from another person. The vat contents. Metallic shards are kind of interesting for sure. Yes, especially given that supposedly sounds of metal hitting metal were heard. There wasn't any evidence of another person falling in. Could your theory have been incorrect then?
Are you sure that you and Morrison saw a person fall into the vat, Esther?
Oh wait, are you sure, bro? That's right.
I definitely saw someone fall off the walkway and break the guardrails. Although, thinking back on it, I didn't recognize who exactly that person was. The harbour master and I were pretty far away, and it wasn't well lit. Do you think the second victim's body fully dissolved? That might explain why we can't find a bone matter from them. Any bone matter?
No, if my theory is correct, the second victim fell minutes after Justin fell. It wouldn't make sense that if that person's body fully dissolved before Justin's. But why can't you find any bone matter on the second person? Of the second person?
Either way, Trackton might want to hear about this.
The liquid is so volatile. How were you able to take things out of the vat?
Oh, the liquid wasn't volatile anymore. When the harbour master and I reported what we saw, the workers poured some sort of alchemical solution into the vat.
Uh-huh. Yeah, according to them, that solution neutralized the evocation magic in those chemicals. From what I hear, the magical liquid in these vats is usually blue. Oh. The solution that they poured in turned it green.
Yes, unfortunately it was too late. By the time they'd neutralized the liquid, Justin's body had already mostly dissolved.
And if they hadn't neutralized it so quickly, we probably wouldn't have found anything from the victim. Very interesting. Neutralizing liquid. Neutralized destructive usually blue. That the asking people about what color liquid they saw might clue us in as to what the exact order of stuff was. And that would be helpful. Where is Prosecutor Spearwind anyways? She always investigates these crime scenes herself. She said she wanted to investigate the disappearing ship personally. She seems really hell-bent on finding the people responsible. They did attempt to kidnap the Crown Prince after all.
Oh, she must really care about you, Esther. No, I highly doubt that. What? Our marriage was arranged by our parents. She had no say in the matter, and I know that she only tolerates me for the good of our kingdom.
Well, when she was talking to Miriam, she seemed to at least respect you in some way.
I'm sure she still cares about you. No, I can tell by the way she behaves around me.
She could just be a tsundere, even though, yeah, no, she definitely loves me and loves you, so you're right.
Her hands quiver with rage, and she can't even bear to look at me when I speak to her.
Damn, I can't believe she even treats the Crown Prince like that.
She may be my fiancé, but our marriage is purely political. She endures so much because of her name.
I guess you aristocrats have your own shares of problems. You know about the Eye Taker? Commander, would you know you happen to know about a criminal named the Eye Taker? You playing games with me or something, kid? What? Well, I don't know nothing about no Eye Taker. Okay. What do you think about this? I'd heard that the prince was exploring the town alone, but I never imagined that he was with you two the entire time.
My apologies, I'm aware of how uneasy the King's Guard is about my actions, but I wanted to explore the city without their presence.
Actually, they're probably keeping an eye on him from a distance. There isn't a chance that they'd let a prince wander the crowded city alone. They're probably watching him right now. I don't know. Quit it. Right, we already talked about this. Okay, shut up. Shut up. Guess we're not getting new info out of this. So let's move. We like to move it, as they say. Arcane, we spoke with the Inquisition about what they found in the vat, and they could only be find bone matter belonging to Justin. Well, that and several metallic shards. What? That can't be right. I know. I was hoping to find some hard evidence to prove my theory. I have to find another approach to prove it. No, that's not what I meant. There shouldn't be any solid matter in those vats. Are you talking about the metallic shards? I just assumed that those were some kind of magical byproduct. No, the refinement process requires that everything in that vat remains liquid. Solid matter would absorb the liquid's magical properties and taint the entire batch.
So those metal shards weren't supposed to be in there? Do you think they came from the broken pieces of the railing?
Possibly. We'll probably want to double check with the commander to make sure. But this is definitely strange. You'll need to take a moment to work through all of this. From what Arcane said, there shouldn't have been any solid matter in those vats. We've already confirmed that the bone matter they found came from Justin's body. But that leaves another question. How did the metallic shards appear in the vat? Where did those metallic shards come from? A metal object was thrown into the vat. Here, as I've been saying, that second body might just not be a body, but, maybe something made of metal. A metal object was thrown into the vat.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Whatever the object was, it probably dissolved in the shards of that ore found.
That's the thing, though. What should the magical liquid have done to the object? The magical liquid in the vat was extremely volatile. If it was destructive enough to reduce an entire human body to a few shards of bone. The vat liquid should have completely destroyed, I guess, the metal object. The object should have been completely destroyed. We shouldn't have found any metal shards in the first place.
Right, but we did find them. How do you explain that?
Was the metal object fully destroyed? Why wasn't it? That night something happened that prevented the metal object from being fully destroyed. No wait. Huh? I guess I'm not sure what. Like, I know what the truth is supposed to be, right? The liquid was turned off, let's say, but I don't know what the phrasing is going to be. Okay, so the vat liquid was neutralized shortly after the accident was reported. When Astra and Morrison reported the accident, the workers immediately neutralized the liquid's magic. They did this to attempt to save Justin, but it would have also stopped the liquid from destroying anything else within the vat.
So that's why we found those metal shards.
And whatever that metal object was, it was only partially destroyed. This means that it fell into the vat around the time that Justin fell into the vat. If it fell a while before the accident, it would have dissolved completely. And if it fell after the accident, it wouldn't have dissolved at all. Furthermore, whatever that object was, it was probably as large as Justin.
Do you think this metal object had something to do with the second victim? Maybe they were hiding it when they fell in.
Or the victim was that. I'm not sure, but it's definitely possible. We should take a closer look at the metallic shards that Commander White found. Those shards might help us identify the second victim. If that person even exists. Finally catching on, are you? Let me finish my chocolate milk real quick. we're going to talk to him again. Because that's what we said we would do. Metallic shards. Commander White, you mentioned that you found several metallic shards in the vat. Do you mind if we take a look at them? Sure, just don't get any bright ideas about taking anything. You also want to avoid touching them with your bare hands. The liquid is neutralized, but it definitely ain't good for your skin. The commander motions to one of the Inquisition Knights. After a few moments, he brings back a large barrel filled with metallic shards.
What? Where there were that many?
What could have possibly fallen into the vat? Well, I guess we should get started. He spent some time closely inspecting the metallic shards with Celeste. I was half expecting one of those 3D investigation parts from the extra case of the first game, the DS exclusive tapes, or the DS / I guess the DS games in general. From Ace Attorney. But I guess not. The shards are only the size of small rocks, and it's difficult to find any discerning features. Any luck on your end?
No, I haven't found... Huh!
Celeste?
I think I found something. I'm not exactly sure what it is, though.
Celeste pulls out a metallic shard with some sort of engraving on it. Unlike the other shards, this one looks far less damaged. The engraving on it looks like some sort of crest.
That's the crest of Faust von Sanctus. Isn't he the noble that's charging Dracogen?
I can't believe he's involved in this in some way. What? I'm so surprised. Well, I doubt that Lord von Sanctus was the second victim.
Aster?
Aster, do you know who would have a house emblem like this? What?
Normally, only the Lord's retainers would have the emblems on his house. Of his house.
Well, I doubt that Justin was the one who had this in his possession.
Do you think one of von Sanctus's retainers fell into the vat that night?
It's definitely possible, but if that did happen, why haven't we heard about it?
Lord von Sanctus would have the resources to keep something like that out of the public eye.
The only way to know for sure would be to ask him ourselves. But even if we could talk to him, he would never cooperate with us. You glance at the prince. Someone of his station would have no trouble meeting with Lord von Sanctus. An idea begins to form in your mind. Unless...
What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
Aster, do you think you could help us interrogate Lord von Sanctus?
Really? You need my help?
In this instance, it'd be very difficult to speak to him by ourselves. But as the Crown Prince, he'd be much more inclined to speak with you.
Of course, I'd be happy to help.
You might be overplaying your hand by utilizing Aster this way. You're still wary of the prince, especially since he was one of the few mages at the scene.
Will this really work, though?
It's not ideal, but it's the only lead we have so far. But it still bothers you. Why haven't you found any bone matter from a second person? Because there wasn't a second person. Maybe you're overthinking it. You should pursue every lead and see where it takes you. Unless maybe the second person had bonitis, which is the condition when you don't have bones. That could very well be true. Obviously. And to do that, you need to find out where Lord von Sanctus is. I guess he won't tell us. Oh. Oh. Let's talk to our friend first if we can. Rika, are you here? You enter Rika's cafe and find the place completely empty. You see a sign on the front door. It reads closed for today.
It looks like she closed the restaurant for today.
Since the Inquisition is involved now, they might have taken her in for questioning. I really wanted to get into detail about what she saw, but it looks like we'll have to go somewhere else.
Repario Arcanum!
Alright.
So this is von Sanctus' house?
It would be more appropriate to call this building a palace rather than a house.
What's that smell?
As you head further into the manor, you're hit with a very pungent and sour odor. It almost burns the interior of your nostrils every time you inhale.
Well, we're here.
You look around the manor and don't see anyone nearby.
It looks like Lord Sanctus isn't home at the moment. Perhaps we should try looking somewhere else.
Repario Arcanum.
No magic. A long flight of stairs leads to the upper parts of the Von Sanctus' manor. You're a bit tempted to snoop around, but it'd be best not to take such risks. Okay, nothing to see. Hey, you Axe. Yeah, totally legit voice acting in this game. For real. Well, he could be out here looking for chess enemies, chess opponents again. I guess he is. We mustn't let... fucking goddamn auto... bullshit. We mustn't let such idealistic notions throw our nation into chaos. You arrive at the town square and see Lord Von Sanctus speaking to several spectators from a podium. Oh.
There's Lord Von Sanctus. He appears to be giving some sort of speech.
You do your best to remain hidden from his view while you listen in. Please understand, the actions of nobility seem callous. However, we only have your best interests at heart. Sure you do. This controversy with the Dracogen Trading Company is just one of many examples. These so-called unions that men like him support may seem appealing, but they only obfuscate and hinder the nobility from protecting the working class. Men like Stefanik Dracogen are merely charlatans. They only seek financial gain by strong-arming your true benefactors.
True benefactors? What a joke.
I knew that Von Sanctus was wary of Dracogen, but I never expected him to be this zealous about getting rid of him.
I think it's less about Dracogen specifically, and more about what he represents.
What do you mean? It's rather obvious what he means, I feel like.
The Dracogen Trading Company has presented tangible proof that its policies are both effective and profitable.
So,
even businesses that have no affiliation with him have started following his example. Von Sanctus is merely a relic of the past, and I think he knows that his archaic ideals won't survive in this landscape.
And I can only hope that our Grand Kingdom recognizes this danger as I have. The pompous noble leaves the podium as the citizens ponder his words. What a load of garbage. Yeah, they sure are pondering his words. It's obvious that Von Sanctus knows his days are numbered. But look at what happened. He let the common folk set their own standards and a young man died. I guess you have a point there. Yeah, because people never die and never died before. He saw Von Sanctus get into a carriage shortly after a speech. It appears to be heading back to his manor. Okay.
Repario Arcanum.
Still no magic here. I guess we're just gonna go to the manor again. Anyways, we saw Von Sanctus heading back here. We should be able to speak with him soon. Did we get here before him?
Wait, Tyrion, isn't he going to recognize us?
We can't really avoid that if we want to question him. We need to speak with him to him directly. But even a noble like him would have to act civilly with the Crown Prince present.
You mean like how you civilly embarrassed and insulted him a few days ago?
Right, you completely forgot about the chess tournament. Well, it's not as if we can hide our identities from him, or can we? I faced him in the chess tournament, and I'm Dracogen's attorney. Unless maybe our bodyguard here learned an illusion spell or two. He knows what we look like.
What we look like? Wait, that's it.
What?
Illusio.
Wait, what are you... Da-ding.
Wow, that's quite impressive, Celeste. Right, I've been practicing that one.
What are you two talking about?
I think you should see for yourself.
The prince gestures towards a nearby mirror in the hallway. You reluctantly approach it. Just what exactly did Celeste do to you?
What?
Ha. Why do I look like Riz Rudolph?
You look, it looks great, right? Eris taught that one to me.
Good old Eris, our best friend and wife, and she would never do anything wrong. Do you honestly expect him to fall for this? He's probably a powerful mage. He'll see right through this. Will he, though?
Are you telling me that the Crown Prince is here? Why didn't you notify me sooner?
You hear Von Sanctus shouting at his attendant from down the hallway. He seems to be quickly heading this way. Uh-oh. You might want to disguise yourself as well, Celeste. Don't encourage her. This is extremely illegal. Who cares? If the prince approves, then how illegal could it possibly be? Right, Look, you should just dispel this ridiculous disguise and... He's almost here. I can't think of anyone.
I'm terribly sorry for keeping your highness waiting.
Illusio. And are you going to be Steelwind again?
What was that?
What are you talking about?
I could have sworn that I heard something.
Ahaha, sure likes acting like my other wife. I didn't hear anything either. You must be imagining things. Scale Lord help us. Of all the people she could have chosen. At least she's able to mimic her voice well enough. Oh, Lady Steelwind, I wasn't expecting you until much later. I guess at least it makes sense for her to be hanging out with a prince. Well, I do not answer to you. I shall do as I please. Yes, I suppose you have a habit of doing that. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like he's seen through your disguises. He must have other things on his mind if his guard is down like this. Anyway, Lord Von Sanctus, pardon the abrupt intrusion. I came to pay my respects.
I'm honored by your majesty's presence. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy with administrative matters at the moment.
Too busy to show hospitality to the heir to the throne.
Oh, I wasn't... I suppose I have some time to speak with you.
The conditions aren't ideal, but at least you have Von Sanctus here with you. You should let Prince Aster make small talk with him for a bit. After that, you can subtly bring up the Von Sanctus crest that you found in the vat. Very subtle.
Repario Arcanum.
Still no magic. The trial. I heard about the charges that you've brought against the Dracogen Trading Company. Forgive my bluntness, but is everything well within your estate?
Oh, that. I am simply cleaning house, nothing more. I've dealt with plenty of men like Dracogen before, and this time will be no different.
I understand that he may be taking business away from you. But does that really warrant you taking such drastic measures?
It's not just about his business. It's these ideas that he's putting into people's heads. He's allowed these unions to continue existing. And other businesses are following his example. He's absolutely absurd. It's absolutely absurd. It's as if the entire world has gone mad.
I see.
Our society only functions when the lower class knows their place.
If that's how our society functions, then perhaps it is flawed.
You're still young, Prince Aster. These righteous ideals may sound appealing, but they are the path to disorder. The common folk do not care about the well-being of our kingdom as a whole. They only care about themselves individually. Yeah, you completely unlike you, right? You would never think selfishly. If we allow them to become empowered, they will use that power selfishly. It is up to the upper class to maintain order.
I see. Yeah, no, he doesn't agree. By the way, I'm surprised that you're representing Lord Von Sanctus, Lady Steelwind. Oh, right. What is he doing? It's already hard enough to maintain this ruse. I knew that you recently became a prosecutor, but I never imagined that you'd represent a noble. Don't get ahead of yourself, Aster. What does that even mean? I mean, I guess it sounds like something she would say.
Let's not be coy, Lady Steelwind. If you must know, your Majesty, House Steelwind and I came to an arrangement. The fair lady is so keen on wasting her talents on civil work. Given that, I might as well utilize her to my benefit.
Do not speak to her like that.
Oh, I meant no disrespect. But rest assured, this is only temporary.
I see. So you have an arrangement with Lucio Steelwind. It seems that Aster is collecting his own information. He seems rather potent at what he's doing.
missing attendant. By the way, Lord Sanctus, Font Sanctus, have any of your attendants gone missing lately?
That's an oddly specific question. But no, all of my attendants are accounted for. You don't see any dissonant thoughts from the eye, but he could be unconsciously shielding himself from it. I must ask, why would you ask such a question?
You see, I actually found a discarded trinket while walking around the city. It had the crest of House Font Sanctus on it. I was worried that something unsavory might have happened to one of your people.
Oh, I see. I suppose you must be on edge after what happened to your ship. However, items with the Font Sanctus crest are quite common nowadays.
Really?
The item that you found must have been a product produced by Font Sanctus Industries.
An item produced by Font Sanctus Industries. Sir, the Font Sanctus crest is on some of the items produced by a company.
Not just some of the items. The Font Sanctus crest is engraved on every product created by Font Sanctus Industries. As a result, people have come to associate the quality of our products with the quality of House Font Sanctus. Or at least they did until the hacks like Dracogen came out of the woodwork.
So in other words, it's just branding. What type of products does the Font Sanctus Industries produce?
We used to produce magical accessories for mages, but now we produce all manner of products. As the head of commerce in our kingdom, we've diversified our holdings.
Oh, yeah, that means the metal shard could have come from anything. It seems this line of questioning has led to a dead end. Damn it, is it really impossible to identify where that shard came from? Do you sell your products to the Dracogen Trading Company?
Yes, of course I do. Oh. Despite my misgivings with Dracogen, it would be foolish of me if I didn't do business with him.
That means that there are Font Sanctus products in the Arcane refinery. You're called Font Sanctus Industries, after all.
That's true. The metal shard could have been found from some sort of industrial tool. Just what are you implying, Lady Steelwind?
A twinge of nervousness through the eye. Does he know something? Why would he get so defensive over a question like that? Was there a Font Sanctus product in the refinery on the night of the murder? She misspoke and said murder instead of accident. But that is evoking a reaction. Answer the question, Fun. Celeste attempts to loudly slam the tip of her cane on the ground, only to realize that her cane isn't actually real. She loses her balance and tips over a nearby vase. Oopsies. The vase shatters on the ground, creating quite a mess of broken shards and water. Oh no. Sir, Lady Steelwind, are you okay? Celeste immediately regains her balance and tries to act as if nothing happened. I'm not paying for that. Lovely. Perfect attitude. Ah! Lord Font Sanctus completely loses his composure and recoils at the thought of the broken vase. That's so funny. Just fucking stumble over, break some shit. I'm not paying for that. I love it.
Construct, I require your assistance.
Uh-huh, they have those too, huh? I mean, I guess it makes sense. They supposedly came from them. Acknowledged. In response to Font Sanctus' call, an arcane construct walks out from a nearby closet.
Construct, clean up this mess at once.
Why so angry? I mean, I guess he has reason to be angry in this case. He seems very disturbed by the mess. Is he some sort of clean freak? Acknowledged. The construct begins quickly picking up the shards of the broken vase. I wonder what voice that construct has. Also, I'm noticing, I don't know if it's coming across on the stream, but the sprite of the construct doesn't actually reach all the way to the very bottom of the screen. There's like a pixel line. Seemingly, at least. Oh well. You own an arcane construct?
I do. Font Sanctus Industries is the inventor of the arcane constructs, after all.
Right, you can recall Celeste mentioning that earlier.
Would you like one, Your Highness?
My apologies, I'm not very interested in using artificity.
Suit yourself.
In any case, I'm afraid Lady Steelwind must be taking her leave now. What? Remember, you said that you could only accompany me for 1 hour.
That's the duration of the illusion spell.
It's close to being 1 hour, right, Lady Seawind? What are you... Oh, right, 1 hour. It would definitely not be good for us to be here for more than 1 hour.
Oh, does this illusion only last for 1 hour?
In the meantime, may I discuss some personal matters with you, Lord Von Sanctus?
Of course, I'm at your disposal, Your Majesty. This, 1 hour but I guess this took 1 hour. Even though it didn't feel like it.
But hey, time passes, you know.
You raise an eyebrow at the prince. It appears that he didn't come here just to help you. But you suppose that you've gotten all of the information you need out of Von Sanctus? It's time to move on to the next lead.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah, that was a bit too close to for comfort.
Well, at least no one saw through our disguises. Ah, are you an attendant here? Please notify Lord Sanctus that I...
The real Arya Seawind walks through the door of the manor just as you are about to exit. She immediately stops in her tracks upon meeting her doppelganger.
Ah. Apurio?
With one spell, Steelwind dispels the illusions over you and Celeste. Upon seeing who you really are, she lets out an irritated sigh.
Is impersonating the Steelwind some kind of hobby to you, Miss McCoy?
She looks really angry this time.
No, there was a really good reason for us doing this. Let me guess, you wanted to interrogate Von Sanctus without him knowing who you really were. No? Lying about your name is one matter, but impersonating a noble using magic is a serious crime. Tyrion, help please?
Are you seriously going to have to defend her in court again? You quickly try to think of a way to defuse the situation.
Ah, sorry for the wait, you two. I had to discuss... Oh, Lady Seawind.
Great. According to Astor, Seawind despises him. I don't think so. Knowing that he was part of this will just make things worse.
Your Majesty, why is he here?
Those are not the looks of hate. What?
Oh, I see you've dispelled their disguises. You knew about this?
Asta steps between you and Steelwind. It seems that he's trying to calm her down. For better or worse, her attention is firmly focused on him.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you. No, that's not why I... Oh, He's really close.
And she's happy about that.
They pulled this ruse under my orders. Could you please look the other way, just this once? Okay. Thank you, Lady Seawind. I won't forget this.
Damn. Damn, dude.
I need to go.
Well, that was certainly something.
I'm sorry you two had to see that. What? It's as I said before, she absolutely detests me. You saw it, didn't you? She could barely look me in the eye. Oh my god.
In any case, we're starting to run out of time. We should head back to the refinery.
But we still don't know where the metal shard came from.
From what Von Sanctus told us, I don't think we can find out exactly where it came from. If each of the Von Sanctus's products has that crest in it, it could be any number of things. But hopefully, Dracogen can help us narrow that list down. If it did come from some kind of industrial tool, he might be able to check if any of the refinery's tools are missing. True. You just hope he can provide you with some kind of lead. Is my other girl here yet? No? Hello again, Mr. Cuthbert. I hope you have good news. Well, actually, you take some time to explain to Dracogen what you found during your investigation. We're still uncertain about the identity of the second victim. That metal shard with the Von Sanctus crest is your best lead right now. I see. With that said, do you have any tools that you've purchased from Von Sanctus Industries? I do. He personally sold me quite a few when I first arrived in the city. I even purchased the security system for the refinery building from him. Really? Did you purchase anything else from him? Well, he also tried to sell me some of those arcane constructs. He told me I could be the first person in Orinax to own such innovative technology, but I turned him down.
Really? But they seem so useful.
I don't feel comfortable trusting machines to handle the work here. Those constructs require very specific instructions, and they lack common sense. That's true. We saw how unreliable they could be during the Nightgrave case. He heavily emphasized how exclusive this deal would be for me. Looking back on it, he was probably trying to make me dependent on his services.
Yeah, I guess you made the right choice by refusing his offer.
So, that definitely is something that could have been the thing that dissolved in the thing. Or, thinking back to the case of his safe or whatever being opened but nothing being stolen, it's possible that whatever fell into the vat came from there, and then they replaced it later to make sure nothing was missing, apparently. Maybe. Anyways, have any of the tools from Fonsanctus Industries been reported missing? The Inquisition actually asked me the same question, so I took some time today to check my inventory. Why would the Inquisition ask him for that? Did Tyrion come to the same conclusion that you did? There was one tool that was unaccounted for. Really? What kind of tool was it? A rod of mending. It's a large tool that we use to repair damage on the machines. A tool for repairs? How large was it? Quite large, actually. It's called a rod, but it's more of a large cylindrical tool. It requires 2 people to properly carry and use it.
Wait, a repair tool like that would use transmutation magic, right?
That's right. What if the rod of mending was
the thing that weakened the guardrail?
Is that possible, Dracogen? I suppose that is possible. Now that you mention it, I recall there being a way to reverse its effects. You never even considered that the transmutation traces were left by an artificery tool. That does lift some suspicion off of Aster. I did not think it would look like that. I would think that it looks more like a rod. But sure.
Chance transmutation.
2 people to carry it.
Someone could have sabotaged the rail with a rod, and they might have thrown it into the vat to cover the tracks.
But it didn't completely dissolve. That would mean that they threw the rod in close, and Justin fell off of the walkway. It can't be a coincidence that these 2 events happened so close to each other.
And we still have no idea who actually broke the guardrail. We didn't find a second body in the vat, and we don't even have any evidence that proves the second victim even exists.
I feel as if we have more questions than answers at the moment. We've learned a few new facts about the case, though, and the Inquisition has verified traces of transmutation on the guardrail. The burden of proof is still on the prosecution to prove that Dracogen is at fault. Even if Tyrion has a proper explanation for that, I can counter her with the facts we've learned thus far. I just hope that the trial goes as smoothly as you're describing. It totally will. It rarely ever does, but knowing that would just needlessly stress him out. Regardless, I appreciate the work that you've done thus far. I leave things in your very capable hands. You just hope that you don't encounter any more curveballs tomorrow. Curveballs? In an attorney game like this? Never. Come on. That's a crazy thought. I'm gonna drink some water. Bada boom! Court is now resumed for the trial of Stefanik Dracogen. Let us review the proceedings from 2 days ago. At first, the facts of the case seemed very straightforward. The victim, Justin Way, put his weight on a poorly maintained guardrail on the refinery grounds. Said guardrail broke, causing Justin Way to fall to his death. However, the defense presented a shocking piece of evidence in the previous proceedings. Traces of transmutation magic were found on that same broken guardrail. This new evidence implies that sabotage, if not outright foul play, played a part in the death of the victim. This evidence is also accompanied by conflicting testimonies from witnesses. All of these elements have thrown quite some doubt on the validity of the prosecution's case.
Yes, however, the prosecution maintains that the Arcane Trading Company is at fault for Justin Way's death.
Even though someone may have sabotaged the guardrails?
The prosecution acknowledges that that sabotage may have occurred at the scene of the accident. However, we also believe that there are several factors in this case that the court is overlooking. As we all know, several witnesses were present at the refinery at the time of the accident. The harbor master was showing a patron around the refinery. Masurika Tudor was making a food delivery and entered the building. And of course, the victim, Justin Way, was obviously present as well. Each and every one of these people had no business being in the refinery that night.
In the case of the harbor master and his patron, it would be hardly reasonable for anyone to stop them. You doubt anyone would stand in the way of the Crown Prince.
That may be, but Justin Way worked in the freight division and should not have been at the scene.
I've already verified this with my client. The victim was not authorized to be in the refinery building.
And who stopped Justin Way from entering the area unauthorized? Isn't it the defendant's duty to prevent such individuals from entering the building?
My client can't be held responsible for Justin's breach of the set protocols. And you surely can't hold my client responsible for someone sabotaging the guardrail.
This so-called sabotage is only theoretical until a proper culprit is found.
I might be compelled to agree with you, Miss Stewart. After all, there's no hard evidence that proves the traces of transmutation were left by a specific spell.
What kind of mental gymnastics is that? Every part of the guardrail that had traces on it was rusted.
They're bending the context of what happened to suit their purposes. Hard evidence means everything here, and the rod of mending has been reduced to shards in the vat. Without the complete rod, you can't prove that someone used it to sabotage the guardrail.
Regardless, is it not the responsibility of the Arcane Trading Company to ensure that its employees do not wander into restricted areas? Blaming a potential saboteur puts the cart before the horse. It doesn't just stop with Justin Way either. Why was Masurika Tudor able to enter the building? She doesn't even work for the refinery, yet she was able to waltz into the building without any trouble.
Actually, Steelwind does have a point about Rika. Shouldn't something have stopped her from entering the area? You doubt that Dracogen would show that kind of negligence. If that's true, I believe that we should hear from Miss Tudor directly. Let's hear how easily she gained access to the refinery on the day of the accident.
We've already anticipated that. Masurika Tudor is prepared and ready to testify.
Very well then. Bailiff, please escort Miss Tudor to the stand.
She doesn't look too psyched. Miss Tudor, are you aware of why you've been called here today? Yeah, I heard everything from the gallery. Then you have no problem answering the following question. Did you encounter resistance when you entered the refinery the night of the accident? Witness, may I remind you that you are under oath to tell the court everything that you know. Failure to do so is a crime. No one tried to stop me. Sorry, Tyrion. You have nothing to apologize for, witness. The only one at fault is the Dracogen Trading Company and their negligence. Hey, that's... For the record, please testify in detail about how you entered the refinery that day, Miss Tudor. Okay. That day I was looking for Justin in the freight area, but I couldn't find him. I decided to look for him in the refinery's main building. There was some kind of magical door leading into it, but it was unlocked.
Magical door?
Nothing really stopped me from entering the refinery building. As the court can clearly see, there were no safeguards preventing the witness from entering that restricted area.
Wasn't it the case that Justin broke in and, she just found the already busted door? The witness clearly stated that there was a magical door leading to the building. This was obviously some sort of security door powered by artificery, which was still unlocked and effectively useless. Damn it, there must be a way to prove that the unlocked door wasn't Dracogen's fault.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
I mean, I have a pretty good idea, but I don't know if I can prove it. I guess I can just present the possibility. But for now, it's present time, isn't it? You were there to deliver his dinner to him, am I correct?
Yeah, he was usually in the freight area around that time. I was surprised when I didn't see him there. I was a little worried, so...
Decided to look for him in the room. It seems strange that you'd go looking for him. Why not just leave his food with one of his co-workers?
I thought of that, but I also wanted to make sure that he was okay. I was the one that helped him get his job in the first place. It wouldn't look good if he left in the middle of a shift. How did you enter the refinery building, Miss Tudor?
You got a magical door. By magical door, do you mean that it was a door powered by artificery?
Yeah, I have a door like that in my restaurant too. But this one looked like a lot more complex.
Why would you or Dracogen need magical doors anyway?
The one in my cafe magically locks the shop when I close it for the day. I guess that door, the door in the refinery building, was for the same thing.
But that means that there was a mechanism to keep out unauthorized personnel,
which was effectively useless. The witness entered the refinery and encountered zero resistance. Furthermore, the Inquisition has already logged the specs for the door.
Oh. Magical door. The only entrance to the refinery building is a door with an artificery lock. Magical keys can be used to unlock the door for 5 seconds. Okay. After these 5 seconds, the door automatically closes the door and engages the lock. The lock can only be disabled by Stephanic Dracogen. The door could be physically prevented from closing, but this would trigger an alarm within the refinery's security system.
Did you use a key to unlock the door, Miss Tudor?
Miss Tudor?
No, I didn't. As you can see from this report, Stephanic Dracogen was the only person capable of disabling the lock. I guess Mr. Dracogen kept the door unlocked during work hours. This means that it's entirely Dracogen's fault that the victim gained access to the building in the first place. Wait, that's not what I meant to. But that is what you implied. Unless you can prove that another person disabled the door.
I think I can. You can't refute that statement yet. But you might be able to work with this new information. Regardless, please add that last statement to your testimony, witness.
Alright.
Must have disabled the work. Nobody else could have done it? I think not. Where is it? Justin's job. Do we not have any evidence of him? Planned robbery. Gold to Justin O. Safe cracking tools. That should be.
Objection!
Yeah. Miss Steele, do you claim that my client expressed negligence by disabling the door? This is the reason why the security door was unlocked, and why the current witness was able to enter the building.
That's correct. Your client's negligence allowed unauthorized persons like Justin Wei to gain access to the building. And regardless of any sabotage, Justin Wei died because he was in said unauthorized area.
And what if I told you that another person may have disabled the door? Not because of laziness, but for more nefarious purposes.
What are you talking about?
If you recall, the witness entered the refinery building and spotted Justin Wei afterward. This means that Justin Wei entered the building before her. So that begs the question, how did Justin Wei enter the building?
The answer is obvious. He entered the same way the witness did, through the unlocked door.
Not quite, Miss Steelwind. Since this trial began, we still haven't answered why Justin Wei entered the refinery building in the first place. He entered the refinery building with the intent of robbing my client's personal safe.
I already told you, Tyrion. He would never do something like that.
I feel a little guilty about insulting a dead man's name like this, but it's the only possibility that makes sense. I'm sorry, Rika, but there are things about Justin that even you didn't know about. The truth is that he was deeply in debt to a crime lord named the Eye Taker. And he was extremely desperate to wipe that debt as soon as he could.
The crime lord?
I won't ask how you came across this information, Mr. Cuthbert. But what does this have to do with the disabled magic lock? Magical lock, whatever. Miss Steelwind, Justin owned a set of tools that he used for picking a mundane and magical locks. The safe that he was planning to rob was located in my client's office within the refinery building. I have witnesses who saw Justin retrieve those tools shortly before the night of the accident. He clearly had a plan to disable any locks that stood between him and that safe. This means that it's entirely possible that Justin disabled the locked refinery door illegally.
We're not actually going to bring them in, are we?
Yeah, I'm kind of bluffing right now. He basically assaulted one of them.
We both assaulted him, Tyrion.
I mean, yeah, true. She says that as if it absolves her of any guilt.
Hold on a minute. You can't just accuse him like that when he can't defend himself.
I'm sorry, Rika, but his delinquent friends told me about his plan. He didn't want to rob Dracogen, but he needed the gold to wipe away his debt.
Get the car, wipe away the car.
If Justin wasn't the one that disabled the lock, that would only leave Dracogen.
But there has to be an explanation where neither of them is guilty.
She definitely believes in Justin. But a scenario where both Justin and Dracogen are innocent is too optimistic, if not impossible. But it's not as if you are entirely certain of what actually happened that day either. Alright, Rika, you knew Justin better than I did. Let's assume that you are correct. Neither Justin nor Dracogen disabled the locks that day. How did either of you enter the refinery then?
Well, someone must have disabled it before then. Wait, let me just think through this. Plenty of people could have disabled the locks. Maybe one of the employees got lazy and forcibly broke it. There was also the nobleman who was with Mr. Morrison. He's a mage and he could have used magic to do it. It could have also been one of the maintenance constructs. I saw one working on the machines. Maybe one of them broke the lock?
You saw maintenance constructs?
I can barely even begin to point out all of the issues with your theories, Miss Tudor. If you recall, the entrance lock can only be disabled by Stephanic Dracogen. Even Mr. Cuthbert's theory makes more sense than your list of suspects.
She's right. It doesn't matter how many suspects she presents. None of them had the credentials to disable the lock. So why do you feel like there's something else wrong with her testimony? The defense would still like to exercise the right to cross-examine the witness.
What a waste of time.
While the court agrees with Miss Steelwind, we also recognize Mr. Cuthbert's right to cross-examination. However, I will not allow the defense to waste the court's time. If nothing substantial is gained from your cross-examination, I will not hesitate to end it early. Understood, Your Honor? I'm just going to press this for now.
Maintenance constructs.
Maintenance construct?
You know, those magically animated suits of armor?
Oh, she must have seen an arcane construct while she was exploring the refinery. I guess I could have presented evidence there instead of pressing her. Because we know, like, we have statements that there shouldn't be any there.
Arcane constructs only perform the actions that they are ordered to do. And a construct at the Arcane refinery would only have orders from their administrator, Stephanic Dracogen. Unless you want to imply that Stephanic Dracogen ordered the construct to break the lock.
May I remind the prosecution that constructs are prone to error and misinterpretation of their orders? Perhaps this construct accidentally broke the lock while carrying out its usual orders.
The Inquisition found no evidence of physical tampering on the lock. And even if they had, the security system would have been alerted the moment this happened. Well, I guess you have a lot of contradicting statements to work with this time.
Yeah, I need to find a contradiction that's not readily apparent.
One that's not apparent? There's another contradiction in her testimony?
I'm not sure, but I can't help but feel like she said something that didn't fit with what we know already. Yeah. You know, the list of suspects and focus on the other details. She observed a lot that day, so something must be off with her. Yeah.
Just let me do it, dog. Don't fucking waste my time here. I'm gonna present. Where is it?
Where's the statement? Texas Industries places its crest. No. Did not trust the construct. Wait, however, Stefanik Glycogen did not trust the construct's ability to perform tasks effectively. He did not purchase any.
Objection!
Wait, that can't be right, can it? Rika, you said you saw a maintenance construct inside the refinery building? Are you sure that it was an arcane construct?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on them in the Von Sanctus catalogs, but they're not available to the public yet.
When you saw this arcane construct, what was it doing?
I'm not exactly sure, but it looked like it was doing maintenance on the machines.
Maintenance on the machines. But it shouldn't have been there in the first place.
What was it doing there? And more importantly, who sent it there? Where are you going with this, Mr. Cuthbert? As I've said before, an arcane construct owned by the defendant wouldn't have disabled the lock.
I agree, a construct owned by my client wouldn't have done that. But arcane constructs are extremely rare and not available to the general public yet. Furthermore, they are only produced and sold by Von Sanctus Industries. Lloyd Von Sanctus personally sold several products to the Dracogen Trading Company. However, when he offered the opportunity to purchase his arcane constructs, my client turned him down.
What?
My client disliked the construct's flawed intelligence. He didn't want them working in the refinery. He turned down Lord Von Sanctus' offer in favor of utilizing human labor.
Wait, then why did I see a construct there?
Exactly. If my client did not own any constructs, why did the witness see one there? Or to phrase this question differently, who sent the construct there?
Who? Why would anyone send an arcane construct into the refinery?
First, let's consider the rarity of arcane constructs. They are highly experimental and not available to the public yet. With all of these elements in mind, only one person in the city of Arnex could have done this.
Wait, you can't possibly mean...
I do, Miss Sealwind. Who sent the arcane construct? Few individuals had access to an arcane construct. And even fewer had the ability to disable the locked door without alerting the security system. I mean, I was gonna say him, but I don't know how he would unlock the door. But I guess I would say him for now anyway. Only one individual could have done everything that I described. Lloyd Von Sanctus, the noble lord of Arnex.
You can't be serious. Are you accusing Lord Von Sanctus of illegally sending a construct into the Arcane refinery? What possible reason would he have to do that?
When Rika saw the construct, she said it was working on the machines. But that construct was sent by Von Sanctus. It didn't actually work for Dracogen. Wait, could that mean... Rika, when you saw the construct in the refinery, was it carrying anything?
Yeah, actually. It was carrying a large cylindrical machine, and it looked pretty heavy.
Like it would normally need to be held by two people?
Yeah, how did you know that?
It all makes sense now. Von Sanctus has been far too aggressive in pushing these charges. It wasn't because he was desperate to get rid of Dracogen. It was because he needed to cover up what actually happened. Mr. Cuthbert, where are you going with this? You see, Your Honor, the tool that the witness saw this construct carrying wasn't just any tool. It was a rod of mending, an artificery tool that channels transmutation magic.
Transmutation magic? As in, magic that could be used to weaken and sabotage parts in the refinery.
No, are you seriously accusing... Your Honor, Lloyd Von Sanctus sent a construct into the Arcane refinery to sabotage it. In other words, Lloyd Von Sanctus is responsible for that guardrail breaking. I think that's enough out of you, you upstart commoner.
Is it though? The judge really needs to stop these guys from just barging onto the sand. Yeah, to be fair, who's going to stop a noble from a pillar family?
I've had enough of these blatant accusations. If you want to sling mud at my name, you will do it to me directly.
Alright, I mean, we've done it before. Lord Von Sanctus, I would highly advise against doing this.
Please, do you think I'm like that fool Pierce? The defense's theory is laughable, and I have several pieces of evidence that can easily prove my innocence.
Well then why are you so scared? He has a good poker face, but the eye is telling you that he's a little desperate. Very well, if the defense wishes to accuse you, I see no harm in allowing you to defend yourself. The court would very much like to hear your testimony on the matter.
It is possible to order a construct to complete a complex list of tasks, but doing so is ill-advised. I'm sure you observed this with the Nightgrave trial. Constructs are extremely prone to error when completing a long list of tasks. According to the defense, the saboteur stole a rod of mending and used it to sabotage a very specific sections of the refinery. I would never trust a construct to discreetly complete such an intricate set of tasks unsupervised. And before you ask, I was miles away from the refinery at the time of the accident. I have several associates who can confirm this alibi. So we heard him talk and hear about what happened, but I guess that might have been because of that send message spell. We do know it works through objects and stuff as well. Therefore, I had no way of observing the construct from afar, nor did I have any way of communicate with it.
Likely sorry. That actually makes a lot of sense. The Nightgrave trial revealed the risks of ordering a construct to commit a crime. But nevertheless, Rika saw a construct at the refinery that day. That's indisputable. He definitely gave the construct a complex list of tasks to sabotage the refinery, and that raises one question. How did he account for the construct's error-prone logic? Well, I have an idea. But first, let's indulge in some H2O. And then I guess we're gonna start by pressing, even though I have a good idea as to what to do, I don't know when exactly to do it yet. Is that not a massive flaw in the construct's design?
Artificery can only do so much. It's difficult enough to create magical items that respond to verbal commands, but our magic is still not advanced enough to replicate the common sense of a living creature. The Arcane construct is still a marvelous invention. You merely need to supervise them if you give them complex tasks. But regardless, you admitted that it is possible. Yes, but... I'm sure... Are you referring to what happened with Theodore Redmond's construct? I am. It goes without saying that the constructs weren't designed to aid and abet murder, but they also weren't designed to carry out such a long list of tasks unsupervised. A lot of Redmond's orders fell well outside of the construct's intended usage. He ordered it to transport a human body from one point to another, and he even ordered it to play audio to make itself look like a person. I'm sure you know how that ended.
He's right. The construct encountered unforeseen circumstances and failed to complete its tasks. But as the construct's creator, Von Sanctus knew that such circumstances would be unavoidable. So how did he get around that? That's correct. As the chairman of Von Sanctus Industries, you would have the resources and know how to use it in such a way.
Yes, I suppose I would. But you forget that I couldn't have been there personally.
Perhaps you were desperate enough to take a chance like that?
Please, I'll admit that I find Dracogen to be a nuisance to my holdings. But I was hardly in a position to resort to such desperate tactics. That does make sense. Well, yeah, because it was an accident that you... whatever. You suppose that he was never planning to for things to come back to him? If Celeste hadn't cast Detect Magic, no one would have ever known that someone used magic within the refinery. Several exams. And I suppose you wouldn't mind having these associates testify before the court?
Lord von Sanctus was discussing the blockade being put around the city.
Searwind?
I won't go into detail about what they discussed, but the Kingsguard, City Watch, Arcane Inquisition, and myself were present. We can all confirm that he was present at that meeting, although his behavior was quite erratic at that day.
How could I not? You people have no care for personal hygiene. It took my retainers hours to disinfect the area, so he is a clean freaker. Can we please stay on the subject? Right, anyways. I'm waiting for a more concrete thing to present my evidence at, but I guess if this statement doesn't give us anything, then I'll just find something. I mean, I guess I could just present it here, huh? No way of observing it. And communicate with it. I guess that's good enough, right? Objection! Yeah, that works. Von Sanctus, you testified that there was no way for you to observe and communicate with the construct. Am I correct? Yes, I was at the meeting with Steelwind for that entire day. Anyone there could testify to that fact. I'm not disputing your so-called alibi, but it's not as airtight as you might think.
What are you talking about? I was there at the meeting, Mr. Cuthbert. Lord von Sanctus may have been absent in mind, but he was there physically.
Absent in mind? So his attention wasn't focused on the meeting. Which means that his attention was somewhere else. I suppose you're correct, Miss Steelwind, but I still have one question for you, Lord von Sanctus. And what would that be? Are you able to cast the send message spell? What? Miss Steelwind, your client may have been physically at the meeting, but his attention was somewhere else, wasn't it? He could have used a combination of spells to view the construct during the meeting. And he could have used the send message spell to communicate with it over a large distance. If my claim is truly false, your client should have no trouble disproving it with his spell compendium. Well...
Von Sanctus?
You appear to be hesitating, Von Sanctus. Can I assume that you do know how to cast send message? If so, that would punch a gigantic hole in your alibi. Steelwind, you were there, weren't you? My attention was fully there, and I need to recover from me. The idea that I was communicating with this construct is absurd.
I'm afraid that I can't say that, Lord von Sanctus.
Steelwind!
I did find it odd. Your attention appeared to be elsewhere despite the gravity of our discussion. And I seem to recall you speaking under your breath the entire time. I had always just assumed that you were muttering obscenities. But Mr. Cuthbert's explanation does seem possible.
What are you saying? Aren't you obligated to defend me?
I am obligated to represent you to the best of my ability. I am not obligated to forge your alibi for you.
You little... Lord von Sanctus, I'm afraid the court needs an answer. Are you able to cast the send message spell? Fine, I admit it, okay? I am able to cast send message. Obviously that doesn't prove anything, but that still doesn't prove anything. His voice betrays a hint of desperation. You have him right where you want him. Now is your opportunity to deal the final blow. Is it though? I think that's the... We still don't have everything. So why do you feel so uneasy? There are still two details that don't sit well with you.
When I looked to see what it was, I saw that Justin had tumbled over the guardrail on that walkway.
Rika saw Justin fall over the guardrail, even though von Sanctus sabotaged it.
Then please enlighten us, Mr. Cuthbert. How could both of their testimonies possibly be true?
Well, I think there's only one possible explanation. Both Miss Tudor and Mr. Morrison saw someone fall off the walkway. Off. But the person that Miss Tudor saw and the person that Mr. Morrison saw were two different people. a second person that fell into the vat is still unaccounted for? Or are they? Now that we know there was a construct there, I feel like that theory is pretty solid. Luckily, you didn't need to prove that this second person existed, but not having an explanation for Astra and Morrison's testimony still irks you. However, even if it's not a clean ending, there's only one way forward. And that's revealing Von Sanctus for the petty saboteur that he is. Argument. Why did you hesitate so long to answer my question, Mr. Von Sanctus? You know very well why I hesitated. Why would I willingly give you evidence? You clearly intend to use it against me. Regardless, this entirely disproves your alibi. You could have communicated with your construct at the meeting. By that logic, I could be the mastermind behind every crime that occurs in Oranax. Well, I think that's very likely. Someone else could have sent that construct. I may have had the means to commit to this crime, but there are plenty of other individuals that could have sent an arcane construct. Not a lot. Well, there was the blockade, I guess. This blockade is preventing anyone from leaving or entering the city. Is that the one? I don't know. I mean, I guess we could use the metallic shards to be like, hey, but is that the point where we present it? I feel like that's a little unclear, a little wishy-washy. Also create the security. And we still haven't really brought the Eye Taker into this in a meaningful way. That's another open case. Someone else could have sent that construct. Is the blockade what we present here? It's the food delivery. I think it's either the shards or the, well, I guess the bad contents could also count as the shards, I guess. But I guess that we haven't really connected those perfectly yet. Wait, no, we can't have that, but then it would just be this. No, this. It's either the blockade saying, hey, nobody else could have sent that because of the blockade. Or it's the shards because, hey, it has your name on it, but we haven't really clearly connected the thing to the shards. So I'm gonna say the blockade. Someone else could have sent that to the construct. I guess sending like is a specific word, and we're gonna say, hey, no, there was a blockade. No, that's not right. He wants to deflect blame onto someone else. But you've already proven that he was the only one that could have sent that construct. Okay. Now I'm really unsure. God damn it. Is it this then again? Personally, sold Sanctus attempted to sell Dracodon, but that doesn't really prove anything. I don't know. Planned robbery, Eye Taker, no. I guess I'll go with this. Okay, Von Sanctus, you of all people should know that the arcane constructs are not available to the public. But that's so stupid. We already talked about this. Why would we bring this specifically up again here? That's so dumb. When you attempted to sell these constructs to Dracogen, you promised that he would be the first merchant in Oranax that would own one. Since he refused your offer, that would leave you as the only owner of arcane constructs in Oranax. Well, yeah, that's why I presented the fucking blockade. Fucking asshole. Game. That's... Well, I admit I may have been... I may have not been that truthful when I made my sales pitch. So you're saying that you lied to my client? Oh, please. Every good businessman knows how to embellish the truth when making a sale. I've sold constructs to other individuals. The truth is that I've sold those constructs to plenty of other individuals in RNX. If only it would be too dangerous. If only it would be too dangerous to sell it to anyone else. Well, we definitely have a claim that contradicts the thought here. So, frankly, Von Sanctus, I find that hard to believe. After the Nightgrave trial, you must have been a lot more fearful about who you sold your constructs to. You only tried to sell the constructs to Draco Gems so that you could control him. You wouldn't have done that otherwise. Is that so? Then why don't you prove it? No, Von Sanctus, why don't you prove your statement? Show us any invoice that proves that you made a sale to someone in RNX. Well, who says that the saboteur lived in the RNX when I made the sale? Oh. Weird phrasing, I feel like, but whatever. Are you serious? RNX is a trading hub. Plenty of people come and go from the city. The saboteur could be someone who secretly entered RNX. Any one of my customers could have secretly entered the city to carry out the sabotage. Well, I guess here we bring up the blockade, huh? Von Sanctus, you might have been right under any other circumstances. But the Kingsguard locked down the city on the day of the accident. On the day the accident occurred. No one except for a select few individuals could have left or entered the city. And due to the gravity of the situation, the Kingsguard created profiles of everyone within the city. Why don't we cross-reference the records taken by the Kingsguard with a list of individuals who you've sold constructs to? But I suppose from your reaction, that list would come up empty. So why don't you admit to your crimes, Miss Von Sanctus? Or do I have to drag the evidence into court myself? Wait, drag the evidence into court? Of course, how could I forget? What? Why don't you go ahead and do that, Mr. Cuthbert? Bring in your so-called evidence. I don't know where this confidence is coming from, but we can easily detect the traces of a divination and transmutation on the constructs you own. Assuming that construct still exists, yeah, exactly. That is. Huh? Wait, that's right. If he used a construct to commit a crime like this, he would have definitely disposed of it by now. Even within the blockade, RNX is a gigantic city. With his resources, I guess now we can just bring up the shards and then be like, haha, there. With his resources, he could have hidden it anywhere in the city. It would be a needle hidden within a town of haystacks. We still have the testimony of Musorica Tudor, and I'm sure many other people saw the construct walking around their refinery. The common folk can hardly be trusted to recognize complex artificery. Without the actual construct, all you have are several unreliable witnesses. Tell me, Lady Steelwind, can I be convicted of such a serious charge with such evidence? No, I suppose not. Damn it, is he seriously going to get away with this? No, you still have one card up your sleeve. If you could just find out where he disposed of the evidence, you might be able to direct the Inquisition there. Come on, focus on his thoughts, Tyrion. No, don't rely on the thing, we don't need it. Activate the Empowered Eye. You don't need it. Your undignified blaring will do you no favors. She noticed last time when we activated the eye that there was something going on, so she's seeing that we are not doing that this time. What? Why isn't it working? The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion, but that's twice in a row now that you've used the Empowered Eye to get out of a corner. If you keep relying on that one trick, you'll never grow as an attorney. One day, you'll find a witness that the Empowered Eye won't work on. I don't think he's the guy that it won't work on, but we don't need it. Mr. Morrow's right. You've been relying on the Empowered Eye too much. From your silence, I assume that you have no way to rebut my claim. I suppose that makes checkmate, you upstart commoner.
It does not.
Honestly, I can't believe you'd resort to accusing me of manslaughter. What a crass and underhanded tactic. But I suppose I wouldn't expect anything less from a charlatan like you.
Damn it.
Come on, we have the piece that we need.
What the hell are you doing?
What?
That look on your face. Are you seriously giving up?
I've
seen you get out of plenty of situations like this. So why are you giving up this time?
I am sorry, Celeste, but I can't use my usual strategies. There's no way to find the evidence that we need.
Seriously? There's always a way, Tyrion. If your usual strategies aren't working, then you just need to do something different.
She's right. You don't need to see directly into the mind to utilize your skills as an attorney. You may not be able to rely on the Eye of Horus this time, but you've always been able to rely on deductive reasoning. Well, it seems that you have no further questions for me, and you clearly don't have a shred of physical evidence to support your claims. Physical evidence, you see? I think I'll be taking my leave. I'm not quite done with you yet, Von Sanctus. Honestly, your desperation is almost pitiful. You should really learn to lose with dignity, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, who was it that was the sorest of losers at the very start of this case? He's the last person you want to hear that from. Calm your mind and focus. You may not be able to read Von Sanctus's mind in the literal sense, but you can still extrapolate his plan on and his actions. Let's explore my theory a little more and see for yourself if there's no physical evidence. If you wanted to use a construct, you would have needed to maintain constant communication. So to prove that this communication occurred, we would need something that connects you to it. What piece of evidence would connect to the murder of two Von Sanctus? Send message can normally only target a person, but arcane constructs probably don't count as people for the purposes of that spell. What piece of evidence would that leave behind? Wait, what? The phrasing here, what? Send message can normally only target a person. That's not true. We know it can target objects as well. But arcane construct probably doesn't count. What piece of evidence would that leave behind? The object, the guardrail, the object, that, great stuff. What the hell? Okay, there's stuff here. How do we choose the right thing? What piece of evidence would connect the murderer to Von Sanctus? The object that I guess Lord Von Sanctus attuned to, right? There. An arcane construct isn't a person, so you must have used an object attuned to your magic to communicate with it. Yeah. Miss Steelwind, if we were able to find that object, would that tie your client to the sabotage?
Hypothetically, yes. The Inquisition has divination magic, and they can use it to detect if an object is attuned to a specific mage.
Ha! Good luck finding such evidence. If I did perform these acts, the remains could be anywhere in Oranax. I'm not so sure about that, Von Sanctus. Let's look at things from your perspective. Why would you do the things that you did that day? Knowing that will point us to where you ultimately hit the construct. Your intention was to sabotage the refinery without anyone finding out what you did. So how would you dispose of the construct and the attuned item? Awkward. Von Sanctus easily destroyed the evidence. He needed to hide and or destroy it so that no one would be able to find it. Wait, destroy? The evidence, I guess, was thrown into the vat of volatile liquid. He used the vat of volatile liquid. He does have a good poker face, but we can still see his emotions. You suppose that makes sense? You found the remnants of the rod of mending in there too, or was it really the rod of mending that we found?
But wouldn't that mean that the object is still fully dissolved?
Exactly. There would be no physical evidence for you to find. That's not necessarily true. You threw the rod of mending into the vat, and that didn't fully dissolve. What? The workers neutralized the liquid immediately after Justin fell into the vat. What? Neutralizing the liquid would have rendered it unsalvageable and useless. Doing that would have cost Dracogen a small fortune. Unlike you, Fonsanctus, my client values the lives of his workers over his profits. And because of that, the Inquisition was able to find pieces of bone matter and metal within the vat. Wait, the rod didn't fully dissolve. This means that it was thrown into the vat around the same time that Justin fell into it. You wouldn't have thrown the rod into the vat until after you were done with the sabotage. And if you wanted to destroy the rod, you would have destroyed all of the evidence that you needed to get rid of. What piece of evidence would Fonsanctus also dispose of? Is there anything else that Fonsanctus would have needed to get rid of? The Arcane Construct. You would also have you would have also destroyed the Arcane Construct itself. That's ridiculous. Lady Cedarwind, why aren't you... I told you before, didn't I? I will defend you to the best of my ability, but I will not fabricate an alibi for you. You must have ordered the construct to throw itself into the vat to hide any trace of your sabotage. A machine resembling a human threw itself into the vat. This means that anyone looking at the walkway would have seen this. That's it. The Arcane Construct was the second person that Astra and Morrison saw fall into the vat. That's why we didn't find organic matter from anyone other than Justin in there. The second body that Astra and Morrison saw was actually an Arcane Construct. That's what I've been saying. How are you? Wait, Rika was sure that she saw Justin fall off the walkway. After she notified Astra and Morrison, they saw the construct break the guardrail and fall into the vat. Wouldn't that mean that the construct disposed of itself after Justin Way fell off of the walkway? Why would you order it to do that? Because it never happened. Your logic's flawed. He's getting stressed out. Maybe you should try using the Empowered Eye. Oh. No, you don't need it this time. You're so close to figuring this out, you can feel it. So think, if he was observing the construct using magic, he must have seen Justin fall. And for some reason, he reacted by sabotaging the guardrail. Why did Fonsanctus sabotage the guardrail? Why would he ignore seeing that happen? Wait, what? I feel like I kind of blanked just now. If he was observing... Wait, sorry. If he was observing the constructs using magic, he must have seen Justin fall. And for some reason he reacted by sabotaging the guardrail. Well, I guess. Unless he did all of this because he saw Justin fall. Yeah, exactly. Fonsanctus wanted the broken guardrail to look like... Well, I guess not the broken... the construct to look like... wait, I guess he wanted the sabotage? Justin's death, there we go. Wait, no, but that was an accident. Originally, I thought. I mean, I guess I'm only really basing that off of the fact that we kind of heard that line where he was like, no, we can still use this. But we, like, you know, Tyrion wouldn't really know that, and I guess, I mean, he heard that, but I guess he doesn't really remember, I don't know. Let's see if I can find some other phrasing here that's less flawed. Why would you sabotage the guardrail? I mean, yeah, I guess this is the only thing that makes sense, right? It's because he wanted it to look like an accident. Which means that it wasn't actually an accident. Oh, now you're accusing me of intentionally murdering the victim? Why would I ever do that? You said it yourself, my goal was sabotage. Committing murder would have brought unnecessary attention to what I've done. But those constructs do have a habit of shoving people that are in their way. What if the construct pushed Justin out of the way, causing him to fall over the edge of the guardrail? He's figuring out everything that happened from just a few clues. Hey, I didn't see you there. I was just, Just walk past him.
Acknowledged. What? Hey, just watch it. Quit shoving me. Wait, whoa.
For one of those lines it said, refinery worker rather than Justin. I wonder if there was somebody else.
Holy crap, pull me up. I can't hold on for much longer.
Ah, you idiot, what are you doing?
What?
Grab his arm and pull him up.
Acknowledged. Ah, my hand!
Right, yeah.
What the hell are you doing?
Your grip is too tight, stop that.
Acknowledged.
And that's when he fell.
Ah!
Wait, I can't still...
Yeah. It may have been unintentional, but either way, you would have been at fault for Justin's death, not my client. And if the construct fell in after Justin, your attuned object must be somewhere in the neutralized liquid. No, it's even better than that. Constructs are made from specific magical alloy, aren't they? Nah. I'm sure with a few divination spells we can identify the metal shards from the construct and your arcane purpose. Each and every one of those pieces of evidence points directly at you, Von Sanctus. You petulant little upstart. And that's checkmate, Von Sanctus. Why don't you save us a little time, Von Sanctus? Admit to what you did. And while you're at it, drop your false allegations against my client. I have nothing to admit to, nor do I have anything to apologize for. Of course not. You're completely blameless, right?
Do you think you've achieved victory here today? No, dissidents like you and Dracogen are absolutely deluded. Each and every breath you take only throws Verongard further into chaos.
You talk about these commoners as if they have even a fraction of the power that you have.
Lady Steelwind, you need to see reason. They lack awareness of the power they truly have.
Oh really? What?
These people have infected you and His Majesty with these idealistic delusions. I implore both of you to see reality for what it is.
No, Von Sanctus. The true reality is that people like you become threatened when we challenge your power.
You all speak about the rights of the individual. You speak as if each and every one of you wouldn't stab each other in the back the moment that it benefited yourselves. You may hate the nobility. You may curse, scream, and blame us for all your little problems. But the truth is, you need us. You need us to direct and lead you. You need us to maintain the fragile order that holds your peaceful little lives together. For a second there, I thought you might have something compelling to say. But then you went back to, we need you need us to lead you. You talk about protecting the common folk from themselves. But the truth is that your actions led to the death of an innocent man. That is the only truth that matters. The defense has no further questions for the witness. He is dismissed. Very well.
I mean, he was at least trying to save the guy until, he accidentally dropped him into his death again. But yeah, I mean, he's not exactly a good guy.
We did it again, Tyrion. And we even caught another murderer in the process.
Yeah, we couldn't get the case officially dismissed today. But it's pretty much inevitable we win with the evidence that we brought in today. Actually, it probably won't even reach that point. I've advised Lord Von Sanctus to drop this suit entirely. Word has already spread regarding the evidence that you brought forward. At this point, prolonging the trial would just harm his public image even more.
That's great. Now we can build a case against him for Justin's death.
About that, I'll probably be forced to recuse myself from any charges brought against him.
Okay.
What? Why?
It's because you
represented him in the suit, isn't it? It would be considered a conflict of interest to prosecute him yourself, even though you're probably the only prosecutor that would convict him successfully.
You're correct. As the head of one of the pillar families, he has the justice system dancing in the palm of his hand. He will definitely be quietly and swiftly acquitted. I would have never agreed to represent him if I had known about this. I'm truly sorry.
Oh, damn it! He must have had this planned all along.
No, is he seriously going to get away with this?
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Clackagen? He may be acquitted in the legal sense, but the court of public opinion is a different thing entirely.
What do you mean?
You brought forward a myriad of evidence against him, and I'm sure everyone in the gallery saw it too. Von Sanctus' power relies on his public image, and you quite handily tore down that facade. He may walk free, but his power and ideals have taken a great blow. But is that seriously all we can do? His actions and recklessness has resulted in the death of Justin Way. He should be punished within the letter of the law.
You're not wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. But sometimes we must take the victories that we can get.
She's probably right. But there's still one thing that's nagging at me. Oh, and what's that? Why was your safe unlocked if nothing was stolen? Yeah. If Justin had gotten into your safe, he would have taken your gold with him. Maybe he had, maybe his consciousness set in and he decided, no, I can't do this, and left. That would be one simple solution. To paint him in a better light again. Wouldn't still be there. Considering that nothing is missing, I'd rather leave it at that. Really? Justin was a good man. I'd rather not taint anyone's memories of him, especially Musurika's. Right, she was pretty upset about your accusations. Nothing was taken, so no harm was done in that regard. I suppose so. But I can't help but wonder what actually happened. Episode end, really? Complete case 3. Okay. I kind of thought this would go further, even though we kind of won that case in a way, but this was shorter than the last one. That's kind of surprising though.
It just makes no goddamn sense to me. The kid successfully robbed the guy days ago. No one saw him. No one even suspected him. But then he breaks into the place again.
Oh, aha. He broke in first to steal and then came back in to return it. That's even... Is it better? It's similar, I guess, but even, it takes even more effort to return the stuff after he's already stolen it. Oh, so he could put it back. So he could put back the stolen gold. Does this make any sense to you, Eris? I kind of had a feeling they'd be connected in some way.
Perhaps he felt remorse for his actions, Father.
No surprise to me.
Not everyone can betray the people they love so easily. And if that's true, I feel like there's a sense of tragic beauty to it all. If he had never tried to do the right thing, he would have never encountered the construct in the first place. He would have paid his debt, and he would still have his life.
It's true what they say. No good deed goes unpunished. It's a shame about the gold, though.
I think we've more than made a profit today.
Oh. So hey, Father, I am your daughter's husband, by the way. Just so you know. I'm sure you talked about it with her plenty because she's in love with me.
I, for one, am happy to have claimed a boatload of tithes today.
Tithes? I'm not sure what she means by that. I guess let's see what tithes is. Tithes. Tithe.
Tithe.
1/10 of annual produce or earnings. So it's basically money. Maybe, they were somewhat responsible for that ship. Boatload, yeah, obviously. That makes it kind of clear, doesn't it? Well then. That was a shorter case. And a bit different, I guess. Probably more setup. Like the fact that we didn't really do anything but find out about the Eye Taker. Probably means we're gonna have more dealings with that scenario at some other point. But I guess for today that's gonna be it. That which is good because I really got to go to an island meeting. And I'm getting hungry, but that's all good because now we're done for today. And I thank you for watching, hanging out, and proving another innocent man innocent, as we do with me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. I think once again that we're gonna just keep on doing this again tomorrow. I have some free days, well, almost 2 weeks. Not anymore, but almost. Because that's just how sick and nasty I am. And so yeah, we're gonna play again tomorrow. And I hope you'll join me then. And if not, then hey, we can still see each other at some other time. It'll be good. And until that happens, I say, Otskar detsamma. Bye bye.